Chapter 176. The value of this woman is far from comparable to the requiem fruit, but her temperament barely suits my taste. Chinrue said calmly, I just killed my mate a few days ago, so I need a new one. As for the requiem fruit, you can help me inquire about it. Visasha was startled and her eyes looked fierce. She instantly appeared in front of Chinrue with a scimitar in her hand. She slashed with a crazy momentum as if she was desperate. Chinrue didn't move. He just sneered and disappeared instantly. Visasha's scimitar missed, and she suddenly felt a strong force coming. She was slapped to the ground by a heavy slap, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The one who slapped was actually Joseph. Chinrue's figure returned to his original position in an instant and looked at Joseph calmly. Double teleportation. Joseph himself was also a great demon, and he was secretly shocked. This Aguile is unfathomable. He hasn't even used the bloodline talent and artifact of the Beelzebub royal family, and he is already so powerful. Fortunately, I didn't turn hostile just now. Hand over the contract. Joseph glanced at Reyes and shouted to Visasha, now. Visasha looked incredulous. Reyes clenched his fists tightly and seemed to be very excited. This reaction was expected by Joseph. It was just that Joseph didn't expect that Reyes was excited about another thing, a promise. I didn't expect that Master actually used such a way to take back Visasha. Looking at Joseph's cold and murderous face, Visasha's eyes turned red. Her body trembled slightly. Gradually, the beautiful red pupils turned into a gray color. She finally came to Chinrue, knelt down on one knee, and offered the master-servant contract with a numb face. Chinrue tried the contract, and he could accept it. He immediately chose to accept it. At present, Joseph's 3 scythes had become his servants, including Tim, Dodo, and the little demon. Slee, there were 6. There was also the symbiotic contract with the poison dragon, a total of 7. Chinrue had a faint feeling that this kind of contract must have a maximum number limit, but he didn't know how much it was at present. As for Snowden, he was the extra quota of God-eating mask, which had nothing to do with the contract. It's good that she has a sense of resistance. I'm very interested in teaching this woman. Chinrue smiled evilly and said, I like hard liquor the most, otherwise I would have turned her into a puppet with the power of the artifact. My friend, thank you for your gift. I can't wait to find a place to enjoy it. 2 days later, when you return from the Red Spirit Estate, let's meet at the Blue Lake. The Blue Lake is too far, and there is a poison dragon sleeping. Let's go to Black Mountain in the northern suburbs. The Blue Lake proposal was Chinrue's impromptu idea. He didn't expect Joseph to be so cautious. He changed his mind and agreed to it. Joseph called his servants and left with Chinrue and Visasha. After Chinrue and Visasha left, Joseph looked at Reyes, who was excited, and suddenly asked, Want to follow? Reyes hesitated a little and nodded. Joseph shook his head and sighed. Do you think I want to give Visasha to him? Did you see the double teleportation just now? This Aguile is actually the heir of the Beelzebub royal family. Before the seal is completely unlocked, he already has the same strength as me. Besides, the artifact, God-eating mask, is not included. Previously, he broke into my forbidden area without disturbing any magic circles. If he didn't deliberately disturb me, even I wouldn't have noticed it. If he wants to take Visasha away by force, no one can stop him, including me. Reyes clenched his fists. His body trembled slightly, but he sneered in his heart. Beelzebub royal family? He is clearly a human. As for God-eating mask, it can only be explained as a magical ability, including the rapid improvement in strength. In just 1 month, the master strength has actually reached the point where he can compete with Joseph. What excited him most was that the promise he made when he signed the master-servant contract in front of the Blue Lake was finally going to be realized. Reyes. Joseph suddenly yelled, You should wake up. Look at what you have done for the past 100 years. Eric's surrendered to me for strength and battle, But what about you? It's for a woman who has a change of heart. Have you ever thought about the honor that you have been deprived of over the years? Have you ever thought about your once glorious family? You don't even have a child. The bloodline of the Kunda family is going to be ruined in your hands. Reyes lowered his head and felt guilty in his heart. I have to say that Joseph's psychological attack is quite pertinent, but for the current Reyes, these words could only make him feel ashamed. Joseph only valued the word value. Just like Vasasha, he abandoned her just like that. It is undeniable that I am cooperating with Aguail today for the sake of benefits, because he can help me ascend to the position of the Red Spirit Lord. Now there are two paths in front of you. First, follow the woman who is destined to be Aguail's plaything and never come back to me. I won't stop a useless person. Second, leave behind those ridiculous obsessions in the past and be loyal to me sincerely. Use your extraordinary talents. The day I become the Red Spirit Lord is the day when the Kunda family restores its family name and glory. Reyes looked moved. After thinking for a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt to Joseph and said loudly, I, Reyes, swear in the name of the demon god that I will do everything in this life to restore the glory of the Kunda family. Joseph had been observing Reyes' expression. Seeing that Reyes was determined to swear in the name of the deity warden, he finally nodded. If Reyes had really chosen the first option, he definitely wouldn't have let Reyes leave alive. In the end, as expected, Reyes chose the second path. However, Joseph did not notice that this oath did not mention the name of him, the future lord. In his opinion, Reyes' family was destroyed by his father, Kunda, and Kanita's side would not accept it. If he wanted to restore his family, being loyal to him who had the support of the Beelzebub royal family was the best choice. The poor future lord didn't know that Joseph was just putting on a show in front of him. The object of this oath was another real master. Sir, do you need me to offer the contract? In order to guard against Sir, I once accepted a servant. If Sir needs this proof of loyalty, I will kill him immediately and offer the master-servant contract to Sir. Accepting a servant to guard against being contracted was a more common method in the demon realm. But with a contract, it was impossible to accept the servant that one really wanted. In fact, Reyes did not have a servant, and after recognizing Chinrue as his master, he could no longer condense the master-servant contract. He deliberately asked this question as a gamble in order to completely gain Joseph's trust. In fact, Reyes had long found out that his half-brother, Leto, who was the biggest enemy who caused the destruction of his family, had signed a master-servant contract with Joseph early on. Joseph was not Chinrue, so he could not sign more than one spiritual contract. That was why Reyes dared to be so bold. Seeing that he even mentioned the previous precautions, Joseph was relieved. As expected, he had no doubts, no need. I admire your wisdom and determination very much. I will rush to the Red Spirit Estate tomorrow morning to get the obsidian heart. If I can get the devil fruit, I will leave the dark moon for a while to advance to a higher level of power. You will be in charge here. You can even approach Vasasha appropriately and ask for some information. By then, if Aguail asks you for resources, you deal with it according to the circumstances. I think you understand what I mean. I won't disappoint you, sir. Royce nodded firmly and left. Joseph smiled with satisfaction, turned around and walked into the house. Chinrue took Vasasha and moved forward, carefully all the way. They finally avoided the strict checks and guards along the way and came to the hall of the arena. When Eric saw Vasasha accompanying him, he was taken aback. He got up and said, Master. If it was normal times, Vasasha would definitely be surprised when she heard Eric's address, but now she had a blank face as if nothing could affect her emotions. Chinrue said, Eric's, there is a city-wide search for me outside. Arrange 2 safe rooms for me immediately. Eric's was even more surprised when he heard that there was a city-wide search. Without asking much, he immediately led Chinrue and Vasasha to the fireplace in the hall. He pressed the mechanism, and an entrance appeared. They walked down to a place similar to the basement. There were several rooms with all the basic items inside. Chinrue looked at these rooms and looked satisfied. He gave a few instructions to Eric's, and Eric's nodded and left. Visasha looked at the room indifferently. Her eyes were still dark red, like a puppet that had lost its soul, just waiting for any orders from its master. Chinrue glanced at her, and there was an inexplicable desire in his heart. He quickly said, "I will call you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Go to sleep first." Visasha didn't nod or shake her head. She just turned around and entered the room mechanically. Chinrue suppressed the strange desire in his heart and also entered the room to rest. He was very tired today. Although he only fought with Jia for a short time, he had consumed a lot of strength. If it weren't for the newly acquired skills, he would have been killed in seconds. As for Joseph, he spent his mind. From the teleportation error to the accidental success of the alliance, it was undeniable that there was a certain element of luck, but the key was still wisdom and adaptability. Both sides of this alliance actually had ulterior motives. They might stab each other in the back at any time. Of course, it was still relatively stable in the early stage when they needed to make use of each other. What's more, Chinrue wasn't a Beelzebub royal family at all. Joseph was simply fooled. What made Chinrue most happy was that this accidental teleportation actually solved the biggest problem of the obsidian heart. For Athena, let alone one devil fruit, even 6 was definitely worth it. There was another thing worth being vigilant about. Joseph, who seemed to be pursuing Princess Royal Jia on the surface, was actually coveting the little princess, Alice. Chinrue thought of the black-bellied little loli who stole his first kiss. He hadn't seen her for a while, and his heart felt warm. I must protect Alice, no matter what. I can't let that perverted, smiling tiger with weird uncle fetishes get his hands on her. He didn't seem to realize that his protective tendencies also had the suspicion of being a weird uncle. He deliberated the overall plan in his mind for a while and closed his eyes. Chapter 177. The next morning, Chinrue opened his eyes. He had a strange dream last night, and he couldn't remember many things. The most impressive thing was the magic tent in the dream. The woman in the tent was Christina, Athena, Jia, and her sister for a while, and it seemed to be everyone together for a while. The content was very, very unsuitable for children. How come even my dreams have become so evil recently? Chinrue scratched his head, but the situation of deep analysis yesterday was a bit strange. The analysis of the god-eating mask actually failed. There was an extra light screen in front of the throne, and there was a progress meter inside, showing that the progress of deep analysis was 0%. There was also a prompt on the side. The number of times of deep analysis can be automatically set according to the spirit. It is currently recommended to use it once a day. After Chinrue confirmed, there was another prompt in his consciousness. There is a large amount of unknown energy in the star-devouring mode, and there is a danger of overflow. Do you want to start the star conversion mode? Chinrue was shocked. Sure enough, the star-devouring mode is not endless. Last time I absorbed Glorfin's spirit, and last night I swallowed the power of the god-eating mask. If it overflows, my consciousness will definitely suffer some kind of terrible backfire, and I might even lose myself. Then, what is the star conversion mode? No matter what, I must solve the big problem of star devouring as soon as possible. Star conversion mode. Decompose and absorb the energy obtained by star devouring to gradually strengthen the controller. The process is irreversible, and it cannot be interrupted after activation. Conditions: consume 10,000 auras per day. Chinrue was overjoyed. It's for my own use. Isn't this the same as the martial arts in martial arts novels, or the Dark North divine art? No, it's even better than these martial arts. It can intelligently and automatically strengthen itself without the need to run alone. The frequency of using deep analysis was not high, although the mask on his face was a bit troublesome, and even being intimate with Athena was a problem. The most important thing was to solve the big problem of star devouring first. System prompt. This star conversion mode is estimated to be activated for 100 days. It needs to deduct 1 million auras in advance. The power after decomposition will be automatically absorbed by the body every day. For such a good thing, it is worth it even if it costs 10 million auras. After Chinrue confirmed the activation, 1 million auras were deducted. There was another progress meter that appeared on the light screen of star conversion. It was currently 0%. However, 100 days later, he would be able to completely digest the enormous power obtained from the star-devouring technique. At that time, he might even become a great demon king by relying on this power. When Chenrue thought of the power Jia had shown, he couldn't help but feel a burning passion in his heart. Calculating the time, it was already morning. He immediately walked out of the basement room and came to the hall. Eric's was in the hall. When he saw Chenrue, he immediately reported last night's situation. Sure enough, the entire city was under martial law. They were investigating all the people who wore masks. Jia focused on the cloak gang. It wasn't that she doubted Aguile, but due to the popularity of the cloak gang, there were too many people in the city who dressed similarly. As the reserve force of the Imperial Guards, the cloak gang was naturally very cooperative with this operation. After a thorough investigation of the gang, they began to assist the Imperial Guards to carry out a thorough search throughout the city. The result was naturally fruitless. Soon, Eric's left quickly after receiving some kind of order. After Chenrue thought for a while, he called Visasha from the basement room. As expected, she still looked numb, like she was waiting to be slaughtered. Sit. Chenrue fully displayed his demon king-level aura as if he intended to deter her. Visasha was oblivious to this, as if everything around her couldn't cause her emotions. She sat down like a puppet. You seem to be in a bad mood. I order you to answer. Yes. Isn't it better to follow me than Joseph? I order you to answer. Yes. Other than answering yes dully, Visasha had no second answer. This attitude made Chenrue feel like he was punching cotton. He was very depressed. He asked a few more questions, but it was still the same. He couldn't achieve his desired goal of probing. Chenrue's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the next room. Then he suddenly turned around and said, I didn't want to tell you a piece of news, but looking at your boring look, I'll let you be happy. This is what Eric's found out this morning. When I took you away yesterday, Royce wanted to follow us, but he was killed by Joseph. Yes. Visasha still answered, but Chenrue could clearly feel that her voice was trembling. Chenrue added, I heard that before he died he kept calling your name. 2 lines of tears finally fell from the corner of Visasha's eyes uncontrollably, and her whole body trembled slightly. Chenrue knew what was going on and said, I learned about your past from Eric's, but it's strange. Since you have no feelings for Royce, even if you're not happy now, you should be gloating. Why are you crying for his death? Visasha's body had stopped trembling. She cried quietly and didn't answer. Her eyes became darker, as if she was a body that had completely lost its soul. Even her vitality was being annihilated bit by bit. Interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you now. Chenrue held his chin. You should be able to see that Joseph and I are just using each other. When the conditions are ripe, I can kill him and avenge Royce. But the premise is that you give everything to me without reservation. Are you willing? Visasha's eyes flashed and recovered some faint luster. She moved her eyes to Chenrue's face and nodded silently. Then, first of all, you must tell me what happened with Joseph back then. Visasha hesitated for a moment. She looked at the strong confidence behind the mask and finally spoke. Back then, the patriarch of the Kunda family in the Red Spirit Estate was killed by the Red Spirit Lord Josh because he refused to hand over a certain treasure he got. The Kunda family was deprived of their surname, and all the members became slaves. As Royce's fiancée, Visasha naturally wouldn't be spared. However, due to one person, Visasha's fate changed. She accidentally became Joseph's maid. This person was the illegitimate son of Royce's father, Leto. However, this action was not out of kindness, but a vicious idea. Leto secretly sought refuge with the Lord's son, Joseph, because he hated his father for passing the family business to Royce. Then he informed Lord Josh through Joseph, which led to the destruction of the entire Kunda family. Joseph took Leto's advice and lied to Visasha that Royce was under his control. He threatened Visasha's life and gave her a strange order. This order was to force Visasha to fall in love with him wholeheartedly. Once he found out that she still had any affection for Royce, he would kill Royce immediately. Visasha was introverted and not good at expressing her feelings, but she had always loved Royce wholeheartedly in her heart, just like how Royce loved her. She didn't know that Royce had escaped. In order to save her fiancé's life, she could only force herself to submit to Joseph's possession. Later, when Royce and Eric's came to find her, she thought it was Joseph's test. It was not until the two were defeated by Joseph that Visasha realized that she was fooled. However, Royce had truly fallen into Joseph's hands, so she couldn't do anything. She could only continue to love Joseph wholeheartedly. In this way, both Visasha and Royce became Joseph's men. For 100 years, even if Royce was close at hand, she couldn't express any emotions. She could only use a cold attitude to reject Royce, or rather, to protect Royce. Joseph once promised Visasha that after becoming the Red Spirit Lord, he would give her and Royce freedom. This became her only hope to survive. Unexpectedly, this dream was completely shattered yesterday. Joseph broke his promise and transferred her to another person like a commodity. He forced her to sign the master-servant contract and completely lost the hope of freedom. She was quite clear about the meaning of Joseph's fierce eyes last night. If she didn't sign the master-servant contract, he would kill Royce on the side immediately. However, she only found out this morning that Royce was actually killed. With her strength, it was impossible to even resist her current master, let alone kill the powerful Joseph. The only thing she could do was to use herself as a bargaining chip to try to take revenge. Chunrui then realized that he was completely wrong, and Royce was completely wrong too. Although Visasha had always been loyal to Joseph, and although Visasha had always been indifferent to Royce, this woman's heart had never changed from the beginning to the end. Chunrui remembered the sentence he left in Jia's longing wind chime. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between life and death. It's when I stand in front of you, but you don't know that I love you. For Visasha, the furthest distance in the world was not only when I stand in front of you, but you don't know that I love you. But when I love you deeply, I can only treat you like a stranger. Compared with Royce's persistence, Visasha's persistence was stronger. Under her indifferent face, she was willing to burn her passion. 100 years had passed, but it was still the same. As long as you kill Joseph, I will dedicate my body and heart to you. I will never betray you in this life. Visasha's slightly hoarse voice sounded resolute. You're wrong. Even if I kill Joseph and possess your body, your heart is not here. Chunrui shook his head. It's just like how Joseph forced you to fall in love with him. No matter how twisted and forced, love still can't be changed. If love can be changed like this, then it can't be called love. It's the same even if we sign the master-servant contract. You female great demons are all so stubborn. Speaking of the word stubborn, Chunrui thought of another female great demon who truly belonged to him, and tenderness rose in his heart. Visasha lowered her head sadly. Suddenly, she felt that the Demon King's pressure on Chunrui disappeared. Joseph must die, because I never wanted him to live in the first place. As for you, Chunrui suddenly smiled and scolded. The bastard next door, get over here! If you don't come out, I will give Visasha to someone else. Just now, there was the deterrence of the Demon King's breath, and Visasha's heart was dead, so she didn't feel anyone nearby. Now that the breath was gone, she immediately sensed that 2 people were in the next room. She didn't know when they came. Before Vasasha could react from the shock, she saw the familiar figure rushing out. When Vasasha saw this person, even though she was usually indifferent, she couldn't help but exclaim at that moment. She almost couldn't believe her eyes, and her dim eyes suddenly regained their luster. Reyes heard everything in the next room, and his eyes were already filled with tears. He looked at Vasasha for a moment, and he didn't care that Chinrue and Eric's were around. He took 2 steps forward and hugged Vasasha tightly. Vasasha then realized that it wasn't a dream. The cold shell that had been maintained for 100 years melted under this fiery embrace, and she hugged Reyes tightly too. Eric's stood at the back, feeling happy for his friend and Vasasha's reunion. Suddenly, a figure flashed beside him, and a low voice came. "Eric's, accompany me out for a walk. Don't you think this room is a bit crowded?" "You're very right, my master." Eric's voice was filled with unprecedented respect. Chapter 178. Since Joseph had already rushed to the Red Spirit Estate to retrieve the obsidian heart, Royce could rest assured to enjoy a true reunion with Vasasha after 100 years of separation. After this incident, the 3 of them, including Eric's, had reached a very high level of loyalty to Chinrue. Especially Royce and Vasasha, even if there was no master-servant contract, they would still follow Chinrue loyally. From Vasasha's mouth, Chinrue learned that Joseph's possession of her was only for the sake of control. But his real hobbies were 2 kinds. The first was a hobby for girls around 12 or 13 years old. His coveting of Alice also stemmed from this. The other was actually a homosexual hobby. Joseph and Leto were not only master and servant, but it was likely to have a deeper relationship. Chinrue was creeped out listening to it. Bisexuality plus strange uncle plus Brokeback Mountain. This smiling tiger is really perverted. No matter what, I must protect Alice. At night, Chinrue secretly bypassed the guards and found the wyvern in the suburbs. He rode the wyvern toward the Blue Lake. When he arrived at the destination, Chinrue settled the wyvern and went straight to the hill by the Blue Lake. Sure enough, he saw the boring poison dragon there. "You finally came to see me?" The poison dragon had long noticed his arrival. He was lying on the ground with a blade of grass in his mouth. He seemed to be very arrogant, but he was very happy in his heart. 3 bottles of Mao fruit wine, a specialty of the Shadow Empire, 2 barrels of dark moon red wine, 50 skewers of barbecue, 10 bowls of braised bones. Chinrue reported the names of a bunch of food. He looked at Paglio's bright eyes. Then he deliberately raised the space bracelet in his hand and sighed. "Unfortunately, someone doesn't want it even though it's delivered to me." "Forget it. I'll bring it back." "Humph. You want to impress the great dragons with just food?" The poison dragon showed disdain, but his action was not noble at all. He jumped up like lightning and grabbed the bracelet. When he opened it, there was only a note inside. "Stupid dragon, you are fooled." Just as Paglio was about to curse, he noticed that Chinrue had opened his 5 fingers and was aiming at him, exuding a powerful aura. This level of aura was definitely not something a high-level demon could possess. Paglio's eyes were filled with surprise. He grinned and said, "What a lucky be ****starred." He broke through again. As soon as he finished speaking, a white ball of light whizzed over. Paglio neither dodged nor gave way. Just as the aurora shot was about to reach his body, he suddenly shouted. Chinrue felt a strange distortion in the surrounding space under this shout. The aurora shot actually broke into pieces under this distortion and dissipated in an instant. He actually relied on sound to disperse the aurora shot. Is this the true power of the poison dragon after being sealed? Chinrue looked horrified. He activated analytical eyes, and Paglio's strength was displayed as B, intermediate stage of the Great Demon King. Although the poison dragon used the strength of the intermediate stage of the Great Demon King, Chinrue felt that he was stronger than Jiaz B+. After a slight hesitation, the poison dragon had already appeared in front of him. His hand was in the shape of a claw, and he grabbed Chen Rui's head with terrifying power. Chen Rui's mind moved, and he instantly appeared behind the poison dragon. His palm was in the shape of a blade, showing a faint light as he slashed down with all his strength. The poison dragon's figure also disappeared in an instant. This slash missed, and the soaring blade, Qi, left an exaggerated, deep mark on the ground. Chen Rui felt a warning sign behind him again, so he teleported again to distance himself. Double teleportation, very good. The poison dragon's eyes lit up, and he instantly appeared in front of Chen Rui again. He changed his claw into a fist and punched at Chen Rui's chest. This wasn't a teleportation skill, but a true speed. At this time, the poison dragon's strength had been reduced to see in analytical eyes. It seemed that Peglio could freely control all levels of combat power. His subtle control of power was evident. Although the poison dragon had reduced his strength to the intermediate stage of the Demon King, he was much stronger than Joseph. Chen Rui stretched out his arm to block it, but he felt his arm was numb. He staggered back. With another thought, he quickly equipped Strider on his feet, and his speed suddenly accelerated to avoid Peglio's attack. Peglio felt his speed increase and sneered. Analytical eyes showed that his combat power had increased to the later stage of the Demon King. Chen Rui suddenly felt strenuous. He secretly scolded this guy for cheating, and a protective shield appeared on his body. Bang, bang, bang. The protective shield blocked all of Peglio's attacks. The poison dragon's eyes were even brighter. He changed his attack method and concentrated all the attacks on one point. However, the protective shield was different from the general magic shield. Its characteristic was to absorb a certain amount of attacks, so it wasn't afraid of this kind of concentrated attack. However, the protective shield had an upper limit of absorption after all. Peglio punched several times in a row and finally disintegrated the power of the protective shield. Wait! Chen Rui suddenly spoke. The fist that broke the protective shield suddenly stopped in front of his forehead, but he flicked his finger and hit his forehead. Ouch! Chen Rui covered his forehead. I've already called a timeout. Peglio, you bastard! Humph! You dare to challenge me at the Demon King level? The poison dragon's next sentence revealed the real reason for taking revenge. Quickly hand over all the food. I still have one more move, but I've never tried this move before. It's very powerful. I might not even be able to control it myself. Besides, after using it, there will be a 24-hour fatigue period. Do you want to try it? The poison dragon suddenly became interested. He temporarily put aside the grudge of food. The Grand Master's inheritance is indeed powerful. You just use 3 new skills: double teleportation, acceleration, and protection. The previous Aurora Shot and Aura Blade have also improved greatly. It turns out that there are stronger ones. Quick, try it. Peglio's eyes were very accurate. He saw at a glance that Chen Rui's speed was assisted by a certain skill. Chen Rui didn't explain about the scamper. He now wanted to try the ultimate move that he had never used before. Scorching Dragon Kill. Come on. I only use the power of the Demon King level. I can bounce your ultimate move back with one hand. Peglio waved his hand casually. Analytical eyes showed C+. Why don't you use the lower stage of the Demon King? Cunning dragons. Chen Rui secretly criticized and slowly distanced himself from Peglio. He silently channeled his strength, and his body was ignited with a black flame. As soon as the flame appeared, Peglio was taken aback. The power of Nirvana! Could it be that the Grand Master is Asmodeus? Halfway through his words, the poison dragon immediately denied his guess because he knew that Chen Rui and Lady Asmodeus's one-night entanglement, and he even obtained the precious Nirvana's blood. It was probably caused by the power of the Grand Master. Needless to say, Peglio's mind was indeed agile. His guess was pretty close. Chen Rui remembered that there was a hint from the Nirvana's flame. It can be combined with Scorching Dragon Kill to derive Scorching Dragon Possession, greatly increasing his combat power. Now that he had a sparring partner like Peglio, it was just the right time to try it out. Scorching Dragon Kill. Chinrue muttered in his heart, but he didn't use this move immediately. Instead, the star power in his body condensed at an extremely fast speed. The blurry planet in the star map in the status bar began to emit a faint light. Due to the pull of this power, the surrounding air became restless, faintly revealing a kind of heat. Sure enough, it's an ultimate move that needs to be prepared. Peglio didn't take it seriously at first, but he couldn't help but be slightly moved when he saw this power. His expression also became serious. With a tap of his feet, he actually slowly floated into the air. The black flame on Chinrue's body had a little red light. The red light revealed a violent and manic breath. Even the vitality of the black flame was assimilated by this breath. Chinrue felt that his power had skyrocketed to a terrifying peak. If he didn't release it, his body would explode. Immediately, he pushed his hands towards Peglio, who was in the air, and shouted as if he was venting, "Scorching Dragon Kill!" The red light on his hands skyrocketed, and the surrounding ground began to tremble. A giant red dragon with a diameter of about 2 meters flew out from the red light, bathed in flames. It wasn't the image of the dragons in this world, but the Chinese giant dragons in the world where Chinrue was originally from. The red dragon flew all the way, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it roared towards Peglio. A faint dragon roar could be heard. Although the target of the scorching dragon kill was the sky, its power had already caused a large area of cracks to appear on the trembling ground. Countless hard mountain rocks were shattered. When the red dragon flew out, Peglio's heart trembled. This kind of long, snake-like dragon seemed to have some kind of natural restraining pressure. Even powerful dragons like him actually felt a sense of fear. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying high temperature and destructive breath had approached. The scorching dragon was condensed from energy. Although its image was not particularly delicate, it still looked extremely ferocious. It opened its huge mouth and pounced. After all, the poison dragon was a demon overlord powerhouse. Although his power was sealed, his will was still extremely strong. He instantly suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and his hands emitted a faint green light to meet the attack. When the two sides collided, Chinrue felt that the scorching dragon trembled, and Peglio's body also trembled. He actually withstood the scorching dragon so that the terrifying power couldn't burst out. This process was by no means easy. Peglio had no leverage in the air, so he began to be pushed back involuntarily by the scorching dragon. The scorching dragon continued to extend, and the longer it grew, the stronger it became. Peglio felt more and more strenuous. This Grand Master inheritance skill was far beyond his imagination. He instinctively felt that once he couldn't hold it and let this strange dragon fully burst out, even he would suffer a big loss. Peglio, who was called Dead Duck Dragon by Chinrue, had always been prideful. Previously, he boasted that he could bounce the scorching dragon back with one hand. Now that he was still so passive with both hands, his arrogant temperament was triggered. His hands shone with green light, and even his pupils became dark green, a bit similar to the vertical pupils of a snake. The power of the later stage of Demon King burst out, and the poison dragon's retreating figure in the air suddenly stopped. In a loud roar, he exerted force with both arms. The surging, scorching dragon was actually reversed by this overwhelming force, pushing it toward Chinrue. Oh no! Peglio burst out his true power and bounced back the scorching dragon kill. He suddenly realized what he did, and he was taken aback. He shouted, "Quickly use teleportation to dodge it." Peglio didn't know that Chinrue could only use teleportation twice an hour. There were still dozens of minutes before the next use, so he couldn't dodge it now. Chapter 179. Facing the terrifying killer move that was bounced back, Chinrue, who couldn't teleport, had no time to make more reactions. The poison dragon regretted it so much that he wanted to die. He knew the terrifying power of this move. Although it was launched by Chen Rui, launching it was one thing. Whether Chen Rui could withstand his attack was another matter. With Chen Rui's current Demon King strength, he definitely couldn't withstand this ultimate move. His life might be in danger. The lives of the poison dragon and Chen Rui were linked. If both of them died because of this, it would be too depressing. Paglio burst out with all his strength and desperately flew down. However, he could only exert the strength of the great Demon King at most at this time, so he couldn't catch up. Chen Rui's eyes had been reflected into red by the scorching dragon that was coming back, but he couldn't feel the terrifying power of the scorching dragon in front of him. Instead, he had a faint expectation as if he was echoing with the scorching dragon. Chen Rui's mind flashed quickly. He didn't try to dodge, and the Nirvana's flame on his body burned brightly. These were just a momentary reaction. The poison dragon who rushed down saw the scorching dragon hit Chen Rui's body firmly and engulfed him instantly. With him as the center, a huge pit appeared on the ground as if he was hit by a large meteorite. The strong air wave made Paglio's figure slow down. However, what worried Paglio the most didn't happen. With his eyesight, he saw that the figure in the red light didn't seem to be injured at all. It was just floating a little because of the huge impact. Paglio knew that something was wrong, so he stopped. The huge red dragon completely merged into the figure in the center. The red energy had a strange and violent distortion. The surrounding crust was also deforming and cracking unwillingly with this distortion. The distortion ended in a moment. With a whoosh, the flame burned, wrapping Chen Rui's unscathed body. The original Nirvana's flame had been replaced by red, and the black color of Nirvana's flame was hidden in the whites of Chen Rui's eyes. His black pupils became red, just like the eyes when he broke through to Alioth state during the battle with Glorfin. Paglio's heart moved, and he lowered his power to the later stage of Demon King. He saw Chen Rui bounced his feet and appeared in front of him. He punched at Paglio's chest. His speed and strength suddenly increased several times. Paglio looked surprised and grabbed his wrist. The destructive power from Chen Rui's body actually shook the poison dragon's hand away. He quickly caught the poison dragon's fist, and both sides immediately launched a rapid attack and defense. In this kind of battle, the surrounding environment was getting more and more damaged, and the entire mountain peak was showing signs of collapsing. Although the scorching dragon's breath had a certain natural deterrence to Paglio, Paglio was using the real power of the later stage of Demon King. It was a miracle that Chen Rui was actually on par with him. The power that Chen Rui exerted at this time was still above the previous scorching dragon kill. He felt that his whole body was full of violent and terrifying power, and he had a feeling that he had to vent it out. He finally understood in his heart that scorching dragon possession was actually used like this. Scorching dragon kill was a terrifying attack skill for the enemy, but for him who had the Nirvana's flame, it was equivalent to a powerful stimulant. It was worth noting that for a long time, the super system star evolution only roughly corresponded to the power level of the demons. The Alcade state corresponded to the intermediate demon, and the Mizar state corresponded to the higher demon. It was just like the difference in strength between the demons. Never mind the big realm. Even if it was the middle stage versus the later stage, there was basically no possibility of winning. The emergence of the scorching dragon kill made them possible to challenge higher ranks possible. Now, Chen Rui just realized the Alioth state, which was roughly equivalent to the early stage of Demon King. After the scorching dragon possession, he could already compete with Paglio, who had the strength of the later stage of Demon King. However, this kind of competition was not unlimited. After a fierce battle for a while, a warning came from Chen Rui's mind. The state of scorching dragon possession will end in 3 minutes. You will enter a 24-hour fatigue period, and you will not be able to use any skills. Unable to use any skills for 24 hours? That's a bit miserable. Chen Rui attacked for a while. Seeing that the time limit was about to end, he quickly forced Paglio back with a punch and shouted, "Stop!" Paglio didn't continue to attack. He smiled. This skill is quite powerful. It can actually compete with the peak of Demon King level. However, it's boring for me to divert my attention to suppress the power. When you reach Great Demon King, use this trick again. Let's have some fun. Have some fun, your ass. This trick is powerful, but the shortcomings are obvious. I'm about to run out of strength now. After Chun Rui said this, the power of the scorching dragon possession quickly faded. The flames were all converged into his body, and his pupils returned to normal. Then he seemed to collapse and sat softly on the ground. As expected, he couldn't use any strength at all. Entering the super system, he saw that the skill tree had become unusable gray. Fortunately, the buildings such as the storage warehouse could still be used. Paglio, give me the space bracelet. Shinrue took the space bracelet that Paglio threw back. After a while, he threw it back again. Paglio opened the bracelet and saw that it was indeed a large amount of food. He suddenly smiled happily. He took out a bottle of wine and couldn't wait to drink a few mouthfuls. He looked satisfied. Due to the severe damage nearby, Shinrue took out 2 more cushions and the two sat down. You must have gained a lot in Mountain Shillong this time. After all, the poison dragon was not jealous of Chun Rue's promotion to Demon King. By the way, take off that broken thing on your face first. It's uncomfortable to look at it. This broken thing can't be taken off for the time being. By the way, it also has a name called God-Eating Mask. The poison dragon almost choked on the wine. He thought he heard it wrong, so he took another sip and asked, "What is it called?" "Say it again." God-Eating Mask, one of the 7 artifacts of the demon realm. Shinrue enjoyed Paglio's surprise. Actually, I didn't do much in Mountain Shillong this time. I just saved a demon overlord and killed another demon overlord. Paglio spurted out all the wine in his mouth with a boof this time. His eyes widened. "Hurry up! Tell me what happened." Chun Rue recounted the experience in Mountain Shillong in detail. Paglio listened while eating. When he heard the thrilling part, he couldn't help but gulp down the wine. Soon, there were several empty bottles. I'm really not bragging. Paglio shook his head and took a bite of the barbecue in his hand. Last time in the Silent Night wetland, this guy encountered a demon emperor. Now he encountered a demon overlord at the mine Shillong. He actually saved the Earth Elemental King and killed the powerhouse of the Beelzebub royal family, Glorfin. Next time, will this guy encounter a demigod? Athena is still sleeping. Shinrue sighed. Fortunately, we already know the whereabouts of the obsidian heart this time. If everything goes well, we can get it in 2 days. I must wake her up. I said before that this Athena is your type. Paglio nodded as if he knew the future. Yeah, I know you can do it. Shinrue regretted accidentally teaching the poison dragon the terminology of another world. It's just that this damn mask can't be taken off. It's a bit troublesome. I'm afraid it's not a bit troublesome. Paglio frowned. I want to figure out one thing. Is Glorfin's consciousness swallowed by you using the Grand Master's special skill? Or is it sealed by the Grand Master's divine thought? The Grand Master's divine thought was fake, connecting it to the star-devouring mode. Shinrue chose the former. The poison dragon frowned even tighter and asked, think about it, have you noticed any special changes in yourself recently? Changes? There doesn't seem to be any changes. Shinrue thought for a while and thought of his behavior in the alley last night. I just don't feel very comfortable at night. I'm a little extreme occasionally. Extreme? Paglio seemed to care about this. Be specific. This is very important. Shinrue told him about the incident in the alley last night. Paglio looked suspicious. Occasionally have the desire to see blood? Have an uncontrollable sense of possessiveness toward women? The last sentence made Shinrue a little embarrassed. If he didn't see the poison dragon's serious expression, He didn't want to say his feelings toward women. Just before coming here, when he saw a beautiful succubus on the road, he had a strange desire. Then you used this skill to swallow the complete power of the God-eating mask ? Yes. Chinrue faintly guessed that Paglio was worried that the swallowing power couldn't be suppressed. Indeed, the super system also warned about the danger of overflow, but now that the star conversion mode had been activated, there should be no need to worry. However, today, the Grand Master's divine thought automatically exerted a strange ability to gradually decompose and digest these powers. I can slowly turn them all into my own power. It will take about 100 days. By then, my power may have a great leap. 100 days? The Grand Master's divine thought is really amazing. The poison dragon nodded. I hope my worries are unnecessary. Chinrue saw that Paglio's expression was very solemn. He asked, Paglio, what are you worried about? Tell me. Initially, I was afraid that the Grand Master's divine thought can't suppress the demon overlord level soul power and the power of the artifact. Listening to you now, I was worried too much. Paglio groaned. However, I'm worried about another thing now. The demon overlord level spirit power is very powerful. Even if the soul is erased of its autonomous consciousness, it's not what your current soul power can withstand. Moreover, there's also the power of the artifact. Although your power will become stronger and stronger with the Grand Master's divine thoughts, decomposition, and digestion, the instinctive desire will also become stronger and stronger. Once it exceeds the capacity of your will, then it's likely that your original will be obliterated. You will either die or lose consciousness and become a monster completely controlled by instinct. Chinrue was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such serious consequences. The recent abnormality was actually affected by the swallowing power. After activating the star conversion mode, although the power was enhanced, this abnormal desire would also increase. This was just like what was mentioned in some novels. The power of the trainer must be coordinated with the realm. If the power far exceeded the realm, it naturally couldn't be used freely. However, the situation that Chinrue was facing now was hundreds of times more dangerous. The most important thing was that the star conversion mode was irreversible. If this problem was not solved, he would either die or become a monster that lost consciousness after 100 days. Chapter 180. Chinrue was anxious and asked, Paglio, what should I do? The soul power can affect the will. In turn, the soul is also controlled by the will. Even if it's a demon overlord level soul, as long as you have extraordinary will, you can override the instinctive desire and completely control the soul. Then, the power obtained from the digestion will really be used by you to achieve a qualitative leap. It's not impossible to achieve this, but the test you have to face is too severe. The chance of success is almost zero. Tell me, what should I do? Chinrue asked quickly when he heard there was hope. There is only one way, which is the training of the mind. Your aptitude is quite excellent. If you have enough time, you may be able to create a miracle, but you only have 100 days. The poison dragon sighed and didn't go on. Training of the mind? Chinrue suddenly thought that the key to Alioth's state was refined mind, and his eyes lit up. However, how can I train my mind? Paglio told him that generally speaking, there were two methods. One was stillness to cultivate the mind from stillness. The other was action to use pressure to hone the state of mind. Everyone's state of mind was different, so the difficulties encountered in training were also different. It couldn't be described in specific words. In any case, I must pass the test of refined mind. Thinking of Athena, who was still sleeping, Chinrue's faith became firmer. After Paglio saw Chinrue's determination, he didn't say any more nonsense. He pointed out that his nirvana's flame was quite useful for the soul, so he should make good use of it. In addition, if he could truly control the God-eating mask on his face, it could also greatly increase the success rate of passing the test. Chinrue secretly thought that the star-devouring mode originally prompted an overflow warning, so he was forced to use the star conversion mode. Although the consequences of using star conversion in this case were very serious, it was useless to regret it now. The key was to pass this test. This test was more severe than before. According to Paglio's analysis, the only way was to do two things at the same time. First, try to use deep analysis to crack the God-eating mask. If he could really control the artifact, it would be of great help to overcome the difficulties. Second, start the training of the mind. 100 days was very short. The training ground could extend this time many times. It was just that after activating the star conversion mode, the aura was reduced by 1 million, leaving only more than 300,000. Although there were still a lot of spiritual fruits in the storage warehouse, if he really wanted to open a large number of training grounds, then these auras were still not enough. Unfortunately, after Glorfin's death, the crystals covering the aura had disappeared without a trace. It could no longer be used as an aura conversion material, so there was no longer a waste or spiritual energy had once again become the most important issue, and it reappeared in front of him. Chinrue thought of Joseph's promise to use all resources, and his heart skipped a beat. It was Royce who was in charge of this. In Joseph's opinion, Royce had been completely loyal, and Visasha was occupied by Guile. Royce would never let go of the resources in his hands easily, but he never thought that Royce's true loyalty was to Guile. Due to the side effect of Scorching Dragon Kill, Chinrue couldn't use any skills. The Dark Moon City was now hunting him down. Before the 24-hour recovery period passed, staying here was the safest. Chinrue took out the tent and said, "Paglio, I will rest here with you first. I will sleep for the whole day, so protect me." The poison dragon didn't joke this time. "Don't worry, just in case, I will lay dragon inscription around to cover the traces of our battle." Chinrue nodded and entered the tent. He didn't sleep, but he entered the super system. On the progress meter on the light screen, the progress of star conversion was 1% and deep analysis was still 0%. If he saw this 1% before coming to the Blue Lake, Chinrue would still be proud. Now, this progress meter was like a death sentence. According to the hint of star conversion, the further he progressed, the stronger the power he absorbed. At the same time, the side effects would also become more and more intense. If he didn't train his will to a sufficient level, his soul would be destroyed sooner or later. Although he couldn't use skills at the moment, the training ground could still be used. Currently, he had 320,000 auras. Chinrue didn't hesitate to spend 100,000 auras and directly chose the rule of 100 times the time. Since his body was in the period of fatigue, he didn't choose other environmental rules. He planned to try to train his mind in the most ordinary environment. His current Alioth state was training his mind, but this was just a general direction. There was no specific training method, such as mental cultivation method. He couldn't become stronger just by thinking, "I want to be strong, I want to be strong." He had seen a lot of training methods on the internet before. There were a lot of nouns such as Dantian, Niwen, and Sea of Chi. However, even if his memory was far better than before, he couldn't think of a specific mental cultivation method. What's more, it was hard to say whether these mental cultivation methods were real or fake. It would be terrible if he was possessed. However, according to Paglio, quietness was the most basic mental cultivation method. The movement method that relied on external pressure was actually using external force to further hone quietness. In the original worlds, mystical arts, and rumors of training, there was a general concept of meditation. So the first step should be quietness. I remember there seems to be a method like the 5 hearts facing the sky and the nose facing the heart. It shouldn't be difficult. It was the first time for Chinrue to try pure meditation, and he soon discovered that he couldn't quieten at all. In the past, he held a certain belief and goal to fight against the pressure, such as gravity or waves. Now it was the opposite. There was no external pressure, so he was at a loss. He couldn't quieten, even if he wanted to. Chinrue then realized that it was easy to say no distractions, but it was too difficult to do it. It was one thing to sit awkwardly with his palms, feet, and the top of his head facing the sky, but the worst part was that his eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. He stared at the tip of his nose for a long time, feeling dizzy and unable to see his heart. I don't believe it. Chinrue tried again and again, but he failed again and again. He couldn't fall asleep in the training space. Chinrue simply gave up the 5 hearts facing the sky and lay on the floor, looking at the endless space above his head. He felt a sense of powerlessness. I have to quieten. In this place for more than 3 months? I'd rather go to the gravity room. Of course, as the controller, Chinrue could leave the training ground. At most, he would waste 1 day and 100,000 auras. However, he didn't want to give up like this. Not to mention, for him, every day that passed was 1 day less. Including the time of starting in the morning, there were only 99 days left after today. This time it was more terrifying than the previous war contract. If the war contract didn't work, he could escape to the shelter of Paglio. Now he could only rely on himself. But he had no way to use this cultivation mind. Chinrue sighed, and the past scenes emerged in his mind. From a little otaku on the earth to a soul rebirth, he changed a lot after coming to this world. Not only his strength, but even his ineloquent speech became eloquent. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, this was life. The biggest gain was meeting Athena. Chinrue recalled the bits and pieces with Athena. His face was happy and sad, but he finally calmed down. At this moment, in the human body in the status bar, the star atlas began to glow faintly. Chinrue immediately sensed it. With a thought, the light disappeared again. Chinrue tried to start missing Athena again, but there was no reaction this time. It seemed that it wasn't because of Athena, but the peaceful state of mind at the end of missing. State of mind, heart, this was the real reason for quieten. No wonder it was called refined mind. Chinrue seemed to have realized something. He didn't deliberately make any posture, nor did he think about what realm he would reach after 100 days. He just slowly felt his breathing, and his body was very relaxed. Gradually, he didn't even feel the sound of breathing. He only felt that he had entered a state of tranquility. As expected, the star atlas began to glow, but Chinrue didn't pay attention to it at this moment. He was just immersed in this water-like tranquility. He didn't know how many days had passed, but Chinrue was already able to grasp this method of meditation. This state wasn't pure silence. In this state of meditation, he could meditate and cultivate and then directly practice it in the training ground. He felt that the effect was twice the result with half the effort. Slowly, he got used to this state of silence. Every day, there would be a fixed time for him to close his eyes and sit cross-legged. Originally, his cultivation was more about training, but from now on, he really felt like cultivation. Of course, calming his heart was only the beginning of understanding the heart. How to cultivate, how to refine, he could only slowly explore. After truly calming his heart, 100 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chinrue opened his eyes. It was the night of the 2nd day. He felt that his strength had increased a little. Looking at the progress of the star conversion, it had already reached 2%. The increase in strength also represented the increase in side effects. If it was Chinrue before he realized silence, he would definitely be extremely anxious, but now he just frowned slightly. He replenished some food from the storage space and fell asleep. At dawn, Chinrue, who woke up, bid farewell to Paglio, sneaked back to the Dark Moon City and came to the arena. Soon, Royce, Erix, and Visasha gathered in the room under the arena. Royce, I urgently need some high-quality magic materials now. I wonder if there are any in the magic store? Royce replied respectfully. Actually, the things in the magic store are only a small part of Joseph's resources at hand, due to the exclusion and struggle in the Red Spirit Estate. Joseph transferred most of his resources to the Dark Moon, except for a few secret vaults. When I pledged loyalty to him the night before yesterday, he had handed over a considerable part of the resources, including the magic store, to me. I will get the materials that Master needs as soon as possible. You did a good job. Bring me some samples first. Then I will give you a specific list. However, in order to gain Joseph's trust, you can use magic to report to him and appropriately exaggerate my tough attitude. Before getting the devil fruit, I believe Joseph will not be stingy. Royce nodded, hesitated a little, and said hesitantly, "There is one more thing to report to Master. I have gotten the clue of the secret treasure that my father sealed in Visasha's body with the bloodline secret method." Oh, Chinrue was startled. Then he showed a playful smile and glanced at Visasha. Visasha, who had always been cold, showed a rare shyness and lowered her head. Chapter 181. The reason why Rhea's father, Khan, was killed by the Red Spirit Lord, Josh, was because of this secret treasure. Due to his illegitimate son Leto's whistleblowing, Josh failed to ask for the treasure, so he killed Khan and destroyed the Kunda family. The whereabouts of the secret treasure disappeared without a trace. In fact, the clue of the secret treasure was sealed by Khan in the body of his son's fiancée, Visasha, with a bloodline secret method. The condition for obtaining the clue was the union between Rheas and Visasha. Except for Rheas, other men wouldn't know even if they possessed Visasha. Even Visasha herself didn't know the secret. Only Rheas knew it. Now that Rheas said that the clue of the secret treasure had been obtained, it meant that Rheas and Visasha had completed a major life event. So Chinrue deliberately smiled teasingly. This secret treasure is buried somewhere in the Red Spirit Estate, but the trouble is that I need to use the bloodline secret method to open it. Now I can't leave for the time being. After Joseph gets the devil fruit, he will leave for a while to concentrate on training to break through the bottleneck. At that time, I will rush to the Red Spirit Estate and get the secret treasure from Master first. Rheas and the other two were all Chinrue's servants. Moreover, Rheas had said that he would offer the secret treasure when he signed the master-servant contract. So Chinrue didn't refuse hypocritically. He asked, "What is this secret treasure? Why was your father unwilling to hand it over?" This secret treasure is a necklace called Evil Blue Tear. It was the first secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family of the Wind Shadow Empire in the past, besides the artifact Breeze Shadow Boots. Thousands of years ago, after the Wind Shadow Empire was destroyed by the illusory demon empire, the Evil Blue Tear was lost. After several transfers, it fell into the hands of my father, Khan, by chance. Evil Blue Tear turned out to be the first secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family after the artifact Breeze Shadow Boots. It was the lost treasure of the Sloth royal family, Lomont family. Chinrue thought of Lomont and asked curiously, "What's the matter with the illusory demon empire?" The illusionary demon empire is an empire established by the Leviathan royal family, named after the artifact Illusionary Demon Shield. The original 7 empires of the demon realm were named after artifacts, just like our fallen angel empire is named after the sword of fallen angel. About 9,000 years ago, the Leviathan royal family broke through the Wind Shadow Empire, and the Belphegor royal family disappeared. However, 3,000 years later, the Phantom Empire of the Leviathan royal family was occupied by the Bloody Empire. After so many years, only 3 of the 7 empires that were founded by the 7 royal clan progenitors remain. It turned out that the Leviathan royal family and the Belphegor royal family had such a feud. Chinrue suddenly thought of Delia and Lomont. The 2 hostile royal families actually became lovers. However, the feud between the 2 empires dated back to thousands of years ago. It was all gone now, so there was nothing to fuss about. Chinrue was also a little curious about the artifacts of the 7 royal families. Now he knew that the sword of fallen angel of the Lucifer royal family, the dark shadow cloak of the Asmodeus royal family, the illusionary demon shield of the Leviathan royal family, the god-eating mask of the Beelzebub royal family, and the Breeze shadow boots of the Belphegor royal family. The 5 pieces of equipment were different. Together with the artifacts of the other 2 royal families, it seemed that they could be combined into a complete set. Chinrue just wanted to ask about the artifacts of the other 2 royal families. Then he heard Royce continue to talk about the secret treasure. This secret treasure is very magical. It can greatly enhance spirit power in a short period of time. It can also shield the breath of the body so that others cannot see through the true strength. These are just the ordinary functions. If the bloodline of the Belphegor royal family can be activated, it can exert a truly powerful ability. It is said that after activation, it can greatly enhance the bloodline talent of the Belphegor royal family, the Eye of Evil. It can also rely on the power of the Eye of Evil to promote the bloodline mutation of ordinary demons. However, this mutated power has a lot of side effects. It will greatly reduce the lifespan of the recipient. An effect is far less than the devil fruit. It is mainly for the benefit of the next generation. Nevertheless, this secret treasure that can change the bloodline power still has a fatal temptation for demons other than the royal families. Chinrue nodded. It turns out that the evil blue tear also has this effect, but speaking of which, what about your devil fruit? Why hasn't your strength improved? Royce was stunned. Chinrue remembered that he had given the fruit to Eric's. He glanced at the nervous Visasha and smiled. I guess you gave it to her. Sorry, I didn't get the master's consent. As soon as Royce finished speaking, he saw another devil fruit in Chinrue's hand. Take this. You must consume it yourself. Don't give it to others. Chinrue smiled and said, It's a pity that the horn on Peglio's head is about to become bald. He can't squeeze out any jade, pearl, no matter how hard he tries. Otherwise, I can give some to you. Royce was excited. This is not a wild fruit, but a treasure that can trigger a war. Although Master may have a devil fruit on hand, everyone knows the yield and maturity of this fruit. Even if there are only a few of them. Master once used the devil fruit to exchange for the obsidian heart with Joseph, plus Visasha, but now he gave him one without any conditions. Counting it, it is actually the second one. Not only that, but more importantly, Chinrue let Visasha's body and heart return to his side. Other than following Chinrue wholeheartedly and serving him wholeheartedly, Royce couldn't think of how to repay Chinrue's kindness. The same feelings surged in Eric's and Visasha's hearts. Chinrue saw Royce's excitement and said, Okay, don't be stunned. Get me the samples of magic materials as soon as possible. I need them urgently. Also the evil blue tear. After Joseph leaves, you have to leave for the Red Spirit Estate as soon as possible. This thing may be of great use to me. The biggest function of the evil blue tear was to enhance the Eye of Evil, which required the Belphegor royal family's bloodline to activate. Chinrue obviously couldn't use this function. With the camouflage skill, the function of shielding breath was useless to him. What he needed was the ability to greatly improve his spirit power because deep analysis needed spirit power the most. With the evil blue tear, he believed that the progress of cracking the god-eating mask would be greatly increased. As soon as Royce heard it, he immediately left. Soon he brought back a space bracelet which was full of samples of magic materials. These materials were really advanced. Many of them could be converted into aura. Chinrue made a list and added some irrelevant materials. Then he asked Royce to contact Joseph. As expected, Joseph was taken aback when he saw Aguile asking for so many materials and quantity. However, the devil fruit was too important to him. Now that he was asking for help, he had no choice but to give in. He could only instruct Royce to do it. Royce deliberately said that he managed to withhold a considerable part of the materials. Joseph really didn't doubt it and even praised him. However, he didn't know that those were irrelevant materials that couldn't be converted. Due to the tight security outside, Chinrue usually trained in the secret room on the lower floor of the arena. Visasha was responsible for his meals, while Eric's maintained the normal operation of the arena to avoid suspicion from outsiders. Another 2 days later, Visasha reported the news from Royce. Joseph finally returned and asked to meet Aguile at the agreed place. Chinrue changed his mind. He asked Visasha to stay in the arena while he went to the northern suburbs for the appointment. After Visasha reunited with Royce, her spiritual level had changed a lot. Coupled with the devil fruit, her strength had greatly improved. With Joseph's scheming mind, he was likely to notice the flaw. Because of this, Royce was very cautious not to take the devil fruit for the time being. In Black Mountain in the northern suburbs, Joseph was waiting for the arrival of Aguile with a person. This man was old. His beard and hair were all white, his figure was hunched, and he was holding a crutch in his hand. He looked like an old man in his twilight years. However, in the Red Spirit estate, except for the Red Spirit Lord and a few people, no one dared to disrespect this old man named Flandy. Flandy was Joseph's strongest supporter, the elder of the Red Spirit estate, and the peak of Demon King powerhouse. He also had an unusual identity, Leviathan royal family. Flandy. Leviathan. The illusionary demon empire had been destroyed for many years, and the Leviathan royal family was scattered everywhere. 300 years ago, when Flandy was dying, he was rescued by the Red Spirit Lord, Josh. In return, Flandy volunteered to assist Josh. Generally speaking, the royal family had their own dignity and pride. Even the fallen royal family would choose other royal families to follow. It was rare for them to follow ordinary demons. Josh gave Flandy a great deal of respect and made him the elder of the Red Spirit estate, enjoying the treatment of a guest. When Flandy came to the Red Spirit estate, Joseph was only a teenager, but his scheming mind was already revealed. He began to deliberately please Flandy, and Joseph liked him very much. Later, Kaneda grew up and competed with Joseph for the position of heir. Flandy did not hesitate to stand on Joseph's side and became the most solid backing. The devil fruit was very important to Joseph, so he invited Flandy to the Red Spirit this time. Firstly, it was to prevent any changes, and secondly, it was to further confirm the authenticity of the heir of the Beelzebub royal family. The cooperation with Aguile was very important, so Joseph didn't dare to be careless. The two waited for a while, but Aguile was still nowhere to be seen. When Joseph was frowning, Flandy suddenly raised his head vigilantly and looked at the sky. He saw a small black dot in the sky, gradually enlarging. Joseph also saw it. It was a wyvern. When the wyvern discovered the two of them, it screeched and quickly flew over. There was another person on the back of the wyvern. A person wearing a cloak and a mask was standing. It was Aguile. The wyvern quickly landed. This wyvern didn't have any saddle, not to mention Aguile's brilliant beast-taming skills. What surprised Joseph and Flandy the most was the aura of power that the wyvern exuded. The peak of Demon King level. The strongest demon, king-level wyvern. In any wyvern's lair, this mutated wyvern may become the ruling king. Unexpectedly, it was just the mount of Aguile. The strength of demonic beasts was powerful. It surpassed ordinary demons at the same level. Even if Flandy was from the royal family, he didn't have much confidence in defeating this wyvern. Aguile's strength definitely hadn't reached the strongest demon king level. It was impossible for him to easily control such a powerful demonic beast, even if his beast-taming skills were high. This wyvern must have been subdued by other powerhouses of the Beelzebub royal family and then handed to Aguile for use. Chinrue jumped down from the wyvern that landed and pointed to the back. The wyvern nodded and took a few steps back obediently. This move surprised Joseph again. This beast-taming skill is more than 10 times better than mine. Chapter 182. Chinrue gained the upper hand as soon as he appeared. He glanced at Flandy, who was next to Joseph, and laughed hoarsely behind the mask. "My friend, we meet again." Joseph quickly recovered from the wyvern's shock and smiled. "It's nice to see you again, my friend. Aren't you going to introduce the later stage Demon King? Leviathan royal family next to you?" Chinrue looked at Flandy. "Race, Leviathan royal family. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, C+. Joseph and Flandy's eyes flashed with surprise at the same time. Flandy was surprised that his level of strength was easily seen through. Joseph was surprised by the extent of Aguile's intelligence control of the Red Spirit estate. In the entire Red Spirit, there were very few people who knew that Flandy was a Leviathan royal family. No one would have thought that Aguile was just bluffing by copying the display in the analytical eyes. Joseph increasingly felt that Aguile was unfathomable. He smiled and said, "It seems that nothing can be hidden from you, my friend. This is one of the 3 elders of our Red Spirit estate, Sir Flandy, Leviathan. Without the support and help of this sir, I may have been defeated by Kaneda long ago." Chinrue nodded slightly to Flandy to show his respect. Flandy's eyes were fixed on Aguile's mask. His tone was slightly cold and arrogant. "Please forgive my poor eyesight. Is Mr. Aguile's mask one of the 7 artifacts? The God-eating mask? ? To be precise, it's the restored God-eating mask. Unfortunately, I can't use it freely now." Chinrue replied, "Really? I'm really curious about the legendary artifact." As Flandy said that, Chinrue felt that his right eye was different. The blue eye gradually turned black. It wasn't the first time Chinrue encountered this kind of change. The bloodline talent of the Leviathan royal family. Demon God's right eye, Eye of Incubus. To be precise, Flandy's strength might surpass Delia, but the strength of bloodline talent depended more on talent. His Eye of Incubus felt inferior to Delia, let alone Brock's level. Now, Chinrue was no longer the higher demon whose consciousness was invaded by the Eye of Incubus and could only passively use the super system. Although passively using the super system to convert could increase aura, Flandy's purpose shouldn't be to turn against him, but to test him. Chinrue's mind moved. He allowed his eyes to meet the Eye of Incubus and secretly activated the Star Devourer mode. Flandy's Eye of Incubus entered the consciousness of Aguile without any hindrance. He was feeling strange because even the weakest opponent had a certain amount of spiritual resistance. However, as soon as he entered the opponent's spiritual world, he felt a terrifying devouring force coming. The power of the Eye of Incubus couldn't resist at all, and it was devoured crazily like a tide. Flandy was shocked and couldn't care less about the backlash. He used all his strength to retract the Eye of Incubus. At that time, Glorfin had the intention of possession. His soul had completely entered Chinrue's consciousness base, so he couldn't escape. Flandy only sent out a spiritual attack, so he finally got rid of the terrifying devouring force after his outburst. However, the backlash he received was no small matter. He almost couldn't withstand it. In Joseph's view, the confrontation between the two was just a few blinks of an eye. Flandy groaned and covered his eyes. A stream of blood flowed out between his fingers. Joseph was taken aback. He didn't expect Flandy, who was at the peak of the Demon King, to be defeated so quickly, and he even suffered a big loss. It seemed that Aguile's true strength was still above his imagination. "If we really fell out that night, I'm afraid my life will be in danger." The wyvern seemed to feel that Aguile was threatened. It hissed angrily and was about to attack. However, Aguile waved his hand and it obediently quieted down without any resistance. Joseph was shocked again. The cloaked man in front of him became more and more unfathomable. He didn't know that these actions were carried out by Chinrue's consciousness through the wyvern. Initially, if Joseph was alone, the best plan was to subdue him and make him into a puppet with the God-eating mask. However, Joseph was also very cautious and brought Flandy. Although Flandy's Eye of Incubus was severely damaged, his own strength was still there. Even if Chinrue and the wyvern worked together, he wasn't 100% sure that he could subdue these two. Moreover, he had successfully started the first step of the infernal affairs. If the plan was successful, not only the Dark Moon estate, but even the Red Spirit estate might have a huge change. For now, it was not appropriate to alert the enemy. Chinrue said faintly, I'm sorry, Sir Flandy. As I said, I still can't fully control the artifact's power, so I accidentally hurt Sir. Flandy panted slightly and had calmed down. He sighed, I was rude. Please forgive me, Sir. The Beelzebub royal family's devouring power is indeed worthy of its reputation. Sir should have held back just now. If the god-eating mask was fully activated, I'm afraid my old bones would have died here. Flandy's tone was no longer as arrogant as before. This was a world where the strong were respected. Only those with strength could be respected. Chinrue's tone became colder. Sir Joseph, it seems that you still have doubts about my identity and sincerity. Do you want me to show you the power of the earth element and the demonic flies? Joseph heard that Chinrue emphasized the word show, and knew that Chinrue was very dissatisfied. He quickly said, You worry too much, my friend. Our cooperation has already started a few days ago. There's no need to prove anything. Sir Flandy is just excited to see the power of the artifact. You can see this as a friendly joke between allies. By the way, are you satisfied with Visasha? What about those magic materials? Chinrue knew that Joseph was deliberately showing goodwill, so he said, Visasha is not bad. After being trained by me, she has become a very obedient servant. She will live well before I get tired of her. It's just that Royce is too stingy. He actually used various reasons to deduct and short the materials you promised me. I hope this is the last time. Joseph knew about this a long time ago, and he secretly praised Royce for doing a good job. He replied, Royce is the person in charge of the magic store. He is a little stubborn. Please forgive me. I will ask him to meet your requirements as much as possible in the future. I have brought the obsidian heart you need. I have also sent people to search for the requiem fruit. Now, I hope to see your sincerity. Chinrue opened his palm, and a lychee-sized fruit appeared in it. Joseph's eyes suddenly lit up. Chinrue moved his hand, and a force wrapped the devil fruit, slowly flew to Joseph and landed in his hand. Joseph saw that Chinrue actually gave the fruit to him directly and seemed to be fearless. His eyes couldn't help but flash a strange expression, but his attention was soon attracted by the devil fruit. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. This fruit would be the key for him to step into the great demon king level, or even higher. Although the devil fruit was ineffective for the royal family, its preciousness was no less than some royal secret treasures. Flandy also looked surprised. Joseph recovered from his gaffe and carefully put away the devil fruit. He took out a palm-sized crystal stone from the space ring. The appearance of this crystal stone was exquisite and translucent. It exuded a circle of strong flame power. Even at this distance from Chinrue, he could feel the heat. Judging from the appearance and the firepower, it should be the obsidian heart without a doubt. Joseph didn't break his promise and gave the obsidian heart to Chinrue. Although he was reluctant to give up the obsidian heart, an obsidian heart was really nothing compared to the huge benefits obtained from the cooperation between both parties. Chinrue was also very excited when he got the obsidian heart. He immediately put it into the storage and looked indifferent. He said, If you get the information about the requiem fruit, please remember to inform me. Our cooperation has already had a good start. I believe it will bring more surprises to both parties in the future. Joseph smiled and said, That's right, my friend. Now, shall we find a place to celebrate? No need. Chinrue shook his head and said, Now the entire Dark Moon estate is searching for me. I believe this matter will soon spread to the capital. However, this is within the expectation of my Beelzebub royal family. It is beneficial to the plan. As an ally, I can reveal a piece of news to you. That is, my family's king, Royal Highness Glorfin, is somewhere in the fallen angel empire. His powerful territory power is almost perfect. As the heir of the royal family recognized by the artifact, I'm required to master the complete god-eating mask as soon as possible. Therefore, I have to leave the Dark Moon and find a safe place to secretly train for a while. Similarly, you should also use and digest the power of the devil fruit as soon as possible. Joseph and Flandy were taken aback. Glorfin himself is secretly training in the fallen angel empire. Chinrue didn't waste any more time. He rode on the wyvern, flapped his wings, and left. He left a sentence before he left. My friend, when my next seal is unlocked, I hope you will continue to be qualified to talk with me on an equal footing. Watching Igual leave, Flandy frowned and said, This person's strength is extraordinary. Even his consciousness has a terrifying devouring power. Coupled with the god-eating mask, the identity of the Beelzebub royal family is beyond doubt. If what he said is true, then the fallen angel empire will change drastically sooner or later. It is a wise decision for us to cooperate with the Beelzebub royal family in advance. Joseph nodded. He thought of the sentence Aguil said before he left, and his eyes glowed. He said, Since this is the case, I will immediately arrange the affairs of the Dark Moon and rush back to the Red Spirit Estate as soon as possible. I will find a place to take the devil fruit and train secretly to strive to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible. After Joseph quickly returned to the city to arrange the affairs and set off for the Red Spirit Estate, Chinrue also took a batch of ore materials from Royce. He instructed the 3 servants. Then he hurriedly bid farewell to the poison dragon and flew toward Mountain Shillong with the wyvern. The obsidian heart is in my hands. Athena should be able to wake up as soon as possible. Chapter 183. Chinrue traveled day and night. He flew all the way and finally arrived at Mountain Shillong. At this time, the progress of star conversion had become 6%. There was no time to enter the training ground on the way. Every time there was moonlight at night, the uncomfortable feeling was more obvious. However, all of this became insignificant compared with the desire to return. Chinrue let the wyvern go to the mountain to find its companions to reunite. He avoided the bandits along the way and went all the way to the main pit. With the help of the magic compass, he quickly found the entrance to the lower level. He came to the familiar underground world through the enchantment destroyed by the Earth Elemental King. The Earth Palace in the Torrens lair had been moved back to the original place by the Earth Elementals. In the palace, the Earth Elemental King sat on the ground with his eyes closed. He was constantly using the power of the Earth to protect Athena on the platform. At this time, Tag entered the palace to report, Great King, our human friend Chinrue has arrived at the Earth Realm. He is outside the palace to see the king. The Earth Elemental King opened his eyes. Quickly invite him in. Chinrue walked into the Earth Palace and bowed to the Earth Elemental King with his hands crossed. Dear King, sorry for disturbing. On the platform, Athena was sleeping quietly. Seeing that peaceful and beautiful face, Chinrue felt that his heart had become a lot calmer. Chinrue, you don't have to be so polite. A visit from a friend at any time can't be regarded as disturbing. The Earth Elemental King saw his eyes looking straight at Athena and smiled. Don't worry, Athena's condition is very good. Do you already know the whereabouts of the obsidian heart since you came back this time? Yes. Chinrue took out the obsidian heart from the storage warehouse. I got the obsidian heart from the enemy through a very coincidental opportunity. Unfortunately, he didn't have the news of Requiem fruit. Your Royal Highness, please rest assured that I will fulfill my promise to find Requiem fruit as soon as possible and completely repair the elemental heart. The Earth Elementals never doubt their friends. Not to mention, with the refined dust and wonderful fruits you provided, I can live for at least 10 more years. The Earth Elemental King took the obsidian heart. The obsidian heart emitted a dazzling light in his hand. The crystals on the shell melted and turned into a warm but not scorching flame. It flew toward Athena on the stone platform. Athena's entire body was wrapped in flames, but she wasn't hurt. Instead, she seemed to be absorbing the power of the flames. Gradually, the flames were completely absorbed into her body, and the surface of her body began to glow red. The earth elemental withdrew its power of the earth and said, "The obsidian heart is quite effective. She doesn't need my protection now. After 10 days, she will complete her transformation and wake up safely." He would be able to see Athena in 10 days. Chinrue was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. A faint white light appeared in the earth elemental king's eyes. He seemed to be scanning the complete mask on Chinrue's face. "My friend, Athena is fine, but your problem. I wonder if you noticed it?" Chinrue was stunned. He recalled that after he devoured Glorfin's soul power, the Earth Elemental King once warned him that the demon overlord level's consciousness wasn't simple. At that time, he was worried about Athena, so he didn't take it seriously. Now that he heard the Earth Elemental King mentioning the past again, he suddenly reacted. "Dear King, I was about to ask you about this. When I returned to the Dark Moon City this time, the God-eating mask was restored completely by a coincidence, and it also released an extremely powerful force. When my consciousness was about to collapse, I could only use the devouring ability again to devour the artifact's power." The Earth Elemental King's voice was full of surprise. "You even devoured the artifact's power!" Chinrue knew that the Earth Elemental King had a powerful inheritance of knowledge, so he immediately explained the details of the star conversion ability and the suggestion of the poison dragon Peglio. "It turns out that you still have a powerful sealed dragon's partner. It seems that you already know your dangerous situation." The Earth Elemental King was slightly surprised. "Glorfin's soul power has been greatly weakened because I self-destructed the elemental heart, and his mask was forcefully knocked off by Athena. He's not the demon overlord level consciousness at his peak. If you can really manage to control the mask on your face, then it's not impossible to defeat Glorfin's soul power that has lost his autonomous consciousness. To control the God-eating mask requires a lot of spirit power. My spirit power isn't enough, so I can't do it smoothly. I have a friend who has already gone to get a secret treasure. If I can get it, then it will be of some help. It's just that now." Chinrue tried deep analysis in the past few days, and he had increased the progress of cracking the God-eating mask to 3%. However, due to his limited spirit power, he couldn't carry out deep analysis continuously. In order to avoid side effects from overdrawing, he could only use it once a day at most. The only hope now was that Reyes went to the Red Spirit Estate to find the evil blue tear. Otherwise, the progress of cracking would be slower than the progress of star conversion. By then it would still be the end. The Earth Elemental King was silent for a long time. He issued a summon order and asked Chinrue a strange question. "Can I trust you completely?" "My friend." "Of course. Just like how I trust the Earth Elementals unreservedly." Chinrue was very grateful for the Earth Elemental King's guidance. He saluted. The character of the Earth Elementals was very clear. They hated enemies and were friendly to friends. They were definitely a race worth befriending. The obsidian heart had been solved, and Athena was about to wake up. The next step was to find Requiem fruit to repay the king for his help. The Earth Elemental King nodded and then said, "We elementals are actually the will life condensed by the power of nature. What we train is the power of the soul. Although Glorfin's soul power is far better than mine, if there is no artifact, even if he has the talent of mastering the earth element, he can't occupy my will." Chinrue nodded secretly. Due to the time of his birth, the Earth Elemental King's strength was weaker than Glorfin. However, Glorfin relied on the power of the artifact, coupled with the territory that covered the underground world and the strange power of absorbing the fountain of life. He still couldn't completely control the Earth Elemental King. The tug-of-war between the two lasted for 400 years. In the end, the Earth Elemental King could still self-destruct the elemental heart. His willpower was indeed extraordinary. The Earth Elemental King continued to talk about some of the essentials of soul training. At that time, 2 elite Earth Elementals, Tag and Sog, appeared in the Earth Palace with a group of Earth Elementals. "My friend, I will entrust the elemental heart to you." The Earth Elemental King solemnly said a decision that Chenrue didn't expect. Only the elementals at the king level can have the elemental heart. It will bring you unexpected benefits. However, for you now, the two most important functions are: first, it can greatly enhance your spirit power to help you control the God-eating mask. Second, it can help your soul training, and it will be easier to get the understanding of the heart. You have to remember one sentence: the power of the heart is infinite. As long as you have persistence, you can be above everything. Chenrue was taken aback. "If your Royal Highness loses the elemental heart, what will happen?" "I will fall into a state of suspended animation. I must soak in the fountain of life, and the elemental heart can only stay for 1 year after leaving the body. I hope that after you pass this stage, you can find the requiem fruit and pour the juice on the elemental heart to repair it. I'm doing this to help you, but at the same time it's also for myself. Only when you're alive can you help me get the requiem fruit to repair the elemental heart." As the Earth Elemental King spoke, a fluorescent light appeared in his hand. A bead wrapped in white light appeared in his hand. The bead was full of cracks, but it didn't break. It was as if it was stuck by glue, but it was only stuck. The cracks couldn't be repaired. "Within a year, as long as you give me a complete elemental heart, I will be resurrected again. If it takes more than a year, regardless of whether it is repaired or not, I will really die with the elemental heart. But you don't have to worry about that. Elements are part of nature. Our life and death are just the transformation of the form of existence. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, my friend. Remember, my name is Moore." After the Earth Elemental King Moore finished speaking, the white bead slowly flew into Chenrue's hand, and Moore's body began to solidify. Soon, it turned into a cold statue. The Earth Elementals around looked sad and knelt down one after another. Chenrue looked at the Earth Elemental King who had lost his life, and he also knelt down on one knee. Moore made it very clear that he was doing this to repair the elemental heart, but that kind of unreserved trust was by no means something that could be represented by the word benefit. In the face of this trust, all empty words were useless. Only actions were the best proof. The Earth Elementals were very obedient to the king. They weren't dissatisfied with Chenrue because of the Elemental King's fake death. Instead, they respected this friend who had the king's friendship and trust even more. The Earth Elemental Heart that Chenrue obtained had an incomparable magical effect. Just holding it in his hand, he felt his mind was particularly calm. He believed that with the improvement of the spiritual training level, it would play a more obvious role. As Moore said, his spirit had also been greatly enhanced. At this level, he could use deep analysis twice consecutively in a day. If it was combined with the effect of the evil blue tear that Royce brought, he might be able to increase it by one more time. The mystery of the Earth Elemental Heart was far more than that. According to the two elite Earth Elementals, Tag and Sog, Chenrue's Earth magic defense had reached a very high level at this time, and he could also cast a certain amount of Earth magic without any assistance. Chenrue tried it, and he could really release the auxiliary Stone Skin without chanting. Now that he had the God-eating mask in his hand, coupled with the Earth element proficiency, it seemed that he really had the feeling of the Beelzebub royal family. Thinking of the fountain of vitality and the Earth source, Chenrue suddenly had an idea. He tried to transplant the Earth Elemental Heart to the Galaxy Garden, and it was successful. Prompt: unknown species, it costs 100,000 auras. Although the aura resources were limited now, he still chose to confirm without hesitation. The moment the Earth Elemental Heart entered the Galaxy Garden, the pivotal fairy immediately sensed it. She emitted a thick mist and put the Earth Elemental Heart into the small tree below her. A fruit suddenly appeared on the small tree, emitting a faint white light. The power of the white light spread to the entire Galaxy Garden. There were flashing lights in the mist, as beautiful and ethereal as a real star. The bigger surprise was yet to come. System prompt. Under the influence of the unknown source, the output of all plants in the galaxy garden has tripled, and the quality has increased by 1 level. It seems that Earth Elemental King Moore gave a great gift. Chapter 184. Chinrue was overjoyed. The output of the galaxy garden has tripled. It even increased the quality. It's worthy of being the monarch-level elemental heart with the power of the earth. What was even more amazing was that just like the aura-gathering flower planted in the galaxy garden, the earth elemental heart could still play a corresponding role in the galaxy garden, such as increasing spirit power, assisting in mind training, earth mastery, and so on. When Chenrue's gaze fell on the fruit-like earth elemental heart on the small tree, a prompt appeared again. Damaged, unknown source, repair conditions, unknown. It seemed that he still had to find requiem fruit to truly repair it. The effect of the earth elemental heart is really amazing. Unfortunately, it can only be used for a year. If only I can find a way to extend it, I can keep it for myself and not return it to the earth elemental king. Chinrue's selfish desire arose, and he suddenly reflected. Moore has been spending his power to protect Athena, and he entrusted the elemental heart to me with such trust. How can I have such ungrateful and despicable thoughts? Yes, it must be the negative impact of the power of star conversion. This impact is becoming more and more obvious. It seems that I have to hurry up and start training my mind. The statue of Earth Elemental King Moore had been moved to the Fountain of Vitality by the Earth Elementals. Athena still had 10 days to wake up. Chinrue sat on the ground in the Earth Palace and entered the super system. During the few days in the Dark Moon City, Chinrue could really calm down in the training ground, or he could even meditate in a calm mind. The Earth Elemental King said that a calm mind was only the most basic step. Next, he had to further temper this mind in a difficult environment. Chinrue thought for a while and decided to choose a scene that he had never tried before, the deep sea. After confirming the 100 times time and the deep sea scene, Chinrue was already in the sea, and he suddenly couldn't breathe. He was taken aback. He thought he would choose to dive on the surface, but he didn't expect to be in deep water as soon as he came out. At that moment, Chinrue felt some kind of change in his body, mainly in his cheeks. He was like a fish that could breathe and swim underwater. It was a wonderful feeling. However, the wonderful feeling only lasted for a moment. Chinrue felt that the water pressure around him was very high, and his body was particularly strained, especially his eyes and organs. It was very uncomfortable. This feeling was completely different from the laws of gravity. It was an airtight pressure that came from all directions. Compared to the raging sea, the deep sea was as calm as a mirror, but the degree of danger was even greater. Water pressure was a terrifying weapon. For example, in an abyss that was 10,000 meters deep, small fish and shrimp that were only a few centimeters in length could withstand a pressure that was close to a ton. If it was an armored vehicle, it would have been flattened long ago. The reason why deep-sea fishes could withstand the pressure was that their physiology had undergone adaptive evolution. Their bones had become very thin and easily bent. Their muscle tissues had become especially flexible, and their fibrous tissues had become extraordinarily fine. What was more interesting was that the fish skin became a very thin layer of membrane, which could fill the physiological tissues of the fish with water and maintain the balance of internal and external pressure. Once the internal and external pressure were out of balance, the entire internal organs would be destroyed. When Chinrue entered the training mode, he only changed the function of underwater breathing. There was no evolutionary transformation similar to that of deep-sea creatures. Otherwise, it would not be training, but a deep-sea tour. Because there was no such transformation, Chinrue's internal organs felt a strong pressure. He swam upstream for a while, and indeed he felt that the pressure around him was lower. The higher he went, the lower it was, and vice versa, the greater it was. He could control it freely. Chinrue chose a depth that he could bear, sat with his legs crossed in the water, and began to try to enter the state of calm. With the previous cultivation, coupled with the peaceful environment in the water, he soon entered a very comfortable state of calm. However, this kind of pressure was obviously not enough. Chinrue controlled his body and gradually descended. He felt that the surrounding pressure was gradually increasing. It was fine at first, but later he could only use star power to resist the pressure while maintaining a calm mind. Chinrue had now vaguely understood that the Galaxy Divinity Temple and the galaxy should be a separate spiritual space. If he died in the training ground, it was likely to directly feed back to the brain in reality, causing the brain's nerve center to stop all activities, causing the real disappearance of consciousness. Therefore, he could not rush forward. Due to the great pressure around him, most of his attention was on the fight, and it was difficult for him to really calm down for a while. He remembered that there was a saying in Jean Lau's famous wuxia novel, "If he is strong, let him be strong. If he is tyrannical, let him be tyrannical. If he is tyrannical, let him be tyrannical. The bright moon shines on the great river." This sentence sounded very reasonable, but it was too difficult to do. If he allowed him to be strong, then his internal organs would be broken. How could he be the breeze blowing? Chinrue couldn't help but be a little anxious. He could only try the old way. The past flashed in his mind, including missing Athena, in an attempt to truly return to the state of calmness. When the past reappeared in front of him, it was like many people recalling the past. As a bystander, he felt that the protagonist in the movie was very stupid. People often complain that there was no medicine for regret. But will some things change even if you take the medicine for regret? If he could do it again, would he still risk his life to teleport with Brock in the Silent Night wetland? Why would he kill Ross in Town Leia? Or would Athena still burn her life for him? The answer is yes. No matter how much I change, even if I am reborn into a new world, even if I live again, some things will still not change. I am still me. Chinrue seemed to have realized something. Unconsciously, the pressure around him seemed to have weakened a lot. His spirit began to relax. There was a faint state of mind of concealing one's spirit and not being moved by external things. Gradually, he entered the familiar state of calmness. In the midst of the galaxy garden, the white light emitted by the Earth elemental heart became brighter. At the same time, the galaxy map in the human body in the status bar of the Galaxy Divinity Temple also emitted a corresponding light. The details and textures of the planets that were originally hazy became clear. The underground world couldn't see the two moons of the outside world. It could only be determined by the color change of certain special types of rocks. Tag and Sog were at the entrance of the Earth Palace, looking at Chinrue, who was sitting motionless from afar. "Sog, do you feel the movement of the power of the Earth?" Sog nodded. Of course, I didn't expect Chinrue's breath to be able to trigger the power of the Earth. It should be the effect of the king's elemental heart. Tag hesitated for a moment and said, "Although he's only Demon King level, I don't know why. I always feel a little uneasy in my heart, especially when he's wearing a mask and not moving. Maybe it's an illusion, but I sometimes notice that the breath he emits is somewhat similar to when the king was occupied by Glorfin." Sog asked, "Are you worried that he will become the second Glorfin?" "Yes." Tag's eyes were full of solemnity. "Chinrue's power is very magical. If he reaches the demon overlord level, he may be more terrifying than Glorfin. If he really becomes the slave of the mask, then even if the king is resurrected, he is not his opponent." Sog stared into Tag's eyes and said, "So, should we solve this problem in advance now?" The elemental heart is still with him. He is the only hope for the king's resurrection. How can we hurt him? Sog shook his head. "I know you're loyal to the king, but your idea is more disrespectful to the king. You're questioning the king's decision. In the last battle at the Tauren's lair, Chinrue wore the god-eating mask for the first time. In order to prevent any changes, I also wanted to kill him, but the king stopped me. Chinrue is our recognized friend and the benefactor of us earth elementals and even the entire underground world. We should trust our friend, just like how the king trusts him. Tag thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. I should trust the king's vision, and I should trust my friend even more. I will sincerely apologize to him. No need. I don't think he will mind. Let's go. We should guard the Earth realm and don't let anyone disturb his training. Chen Rui didn't know the discussion about him between the two elite Earth elementals outside. Even if he could hear it, he couldn't think. At this time, he was already in a strange state. His body instinctively adjusted his star power to adapt to the water pressure. He couldn't feel anything in his heart, only a little clarity in his consciousness. Chenrue closed his eyes and let his body sink and float in the water. No matter how the pressure changed, his heart always maintained a little calm state of mind. It was not easy to do this step. This was his third time entering the deep sea. He had experienced countless attempts before, including taking a lot of detours. It was like forging iron. He tempered it bit by bit in practice, removing the dross and impurities, and leaving the true essence. The star map in the status bar had become very clear. Although the light was soft, it had been shining evenly. It was completely different from the previous intermittent brightness. Although the spirit realm could override the body, it couldn't completely offset the pressure on the body. The pressure that Chenrue's current strength could withstand had reached the limit. If he went deeper, his body would not be able to withstand it and collapse. However, Chenrue had mastered all the tricks of refined mind. After finishing this training, he did not enter the deep sea again. Instead, he chose other environments such as glaciers and volcanoes. Just like some ascetics, he tempered his state of mind in various harsh environments. The difficulties and dangers during the period were not worth mentioning to outsiders, but the effect was getting more and more obvious. Chenrue's training was in line with the requirements of the refined mind of the Alioth state. In fact, he didn't know that the Alioth state not only needed to train the mind, but also needed to accumulate and consume a huge amount of soul power to continuously strengthen oneself during the training. Chenrue devoured Glorfin's demon overlord level soul power by chance, saving the accumulation of soul power. In fact, he had already taken a shortcut. However, this shortcut coexisted with opportunities and risks. If it was his own accumulated soul power, naturally there would not be the danger of eventually losing consciousness. However, his own accumulated soul power was far from the power of the demon overlord level, and it would take more time. As long as Chenrue could survive the final difficulty, he could completely digest the demon overlord level soul power. By then, not only could he break through the Alioth state in the shortest time, but his strength would also be much higher than expected. There was another thing that surprised Chenrue. The spirit power support provided by the Earth elemental heart was stronger than expected. Not only the quantity but also the quality was greatly enhanced. The progress and success rate of deep analysis had greatly increased. After completing this time, the progress had reached as much as 50%. After reaching 50%, the mask floating in the air in the supersystem's solar system gradually changed. The mask that originally only had eye holes had clear facial features. It was Chenrue's face. Chapter 185. Chenrue was taken aback. The God-eating mask in the supersystem has become my face. What does this mean? Am I going to become a servant of the God-eating mask? He subconsciously touched his face, and he was surprised to find that the mask on his face was gone. Is the mask absorbed by the supersystem? Will it return to my face? As soon as he thought of this, the God-eating mask appeared on his face again. Chenrue suddenly realized that he could finally control the concealment of the mask. This should be the result of reaching half of the deep analysis. If it is completely successful, does it mean that I can completely control this artifact that can only be used by the Beelzebub royal family? If it is confirmed to be successful, then the 7 artifacts of the demon realm are all possible. Chenrue was excited all of a sudden. Not to mention, the capital of the fallen angel empire has a sword of fallen angel. This artifact has never recognized Regent Obsidian. If Chinrue withdrew his thoughts, it doesn't make sense to think so far now. Let's get through the most dangerous stage first. However, today was already the 10th day. Chinrue's gaze fell on the platform on the side. On the platform, the red light on Athena's body had become very thin. It might disappear completely at any time. Chinrue would check her situation every time after training. He knew that Athena's body was automatically absorbing the power of the obsidian heart. When the red light disappeared, it meant that the obsidian heart was completely absorbed, which was when Athena woke up. Chinrue looked at Athena motionlessly, waiting for the moment when the red light finally disappeared. After some time, the red light finally completely converged into Athena's body. Athena, who was sleeping like a baby, seemed to be shining like a flame. It seemed that because of absorbing the obsidian heart, her purple hair gradually turned fiery red. Her face moved slightly, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. What came into view was the outline of a familiar face. The outline gradually became clear, and the face was showing joy and excitement. It was the man who was engraved in her soul. Didn't the soul dissipate because of burning its life? Is it an illusion now? Athena! It was a familiar voice. She pinched her fingers hard and felt the pain. This was not an illusion. It's really him. Athena remembered that before she lost consciousness, it seemed like... That's right. At that time, he was fighting with Glorfin. Chinrue! Athena suddenly jumped down from the stone platform. Where's Glorfin? Are all of us dead? Is this the netherworld you were talking about? This is the Earth Elemental's Earth Palace. None of us died. The one who died was Glorfin. Chinrue smiled slightly. I know you have a lot of questions to ask, and I will answer them one by one. But before that, I have a score to settle with you. What account? Looking at his smile, Athena couldn't help but feel flustered, and her heart seemed to beat faster. Show me your transformation now. What? I want to see how you transform. Chinrue pressed forward step by step, and Athena retreated at a loss. Bang! She had already hit a stone pillar behind her, and there was nowhere to retreat. Hurry up! Chinrue's urging made Athena even more nervous. With a whoosh, the flame on her body burned. Long curled horns protruded from her head, and her skin turned red, faintly revealing mysterious patterns. The red pupils in her eyes were burning with flames. It was the transformation when she faced Glorfin at that time. This transformation was no longer the battle form of an ordinary great demon, but a mutated demon, king-level transformation. The power exuded from her body was even stronger than the level when she burned her life when she faced Glorfin. However, the panicked expression on her face was like a weak girl without any resistance. Chinrue's aggressive eyes looked at every part of her unscrupulously. Seeing that she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him, he added loudly, Athena, look at my eyes! Athena looked at Chinrue's eyes anxiously. When their eyes met, they seemed to be attracted to each other and couldn't be separated anymore. Athena, you look very beautiful now. Chinrue looked into her eyes deeply and said word by word, Actually, no matter what you become, you're still my favorite, Athena. Athena was slightly shocked, and her flame-like eyes showed a crystal-clear color. In an instant, her heart was filled with an unprecedented happiness. At this moment, all the previous doubts and inferiority complex were thrown away. Her eyes that were intertwined with flames and tears looked at Chinrue's face approaching. She didn't avoid, but she took the initiative to offer her lips while trembling. The two figures were intertwined, and there was a strong feeling of heat between their lips that spread all the way to their hearts. Athena didn't transform into a human form again. She just cooperated with his intense kiss, as if she wanted to release all the emotions hidden in her heart. In fact, the transformed Athena was a little taller, so Chinrue had to tiptoe to maintain the height of a man when kissing. Damn, Arthur, can't you grow taller? I can't stand, so I might as well lie down. I can't always use camouflage to increase my height every time I kiss, right? This reason was very good. Unknowingly, both of them entered a tent with a comfortable cushion below. Although the Earth Elementals knew that Chenrue was training and wouldn't enter the Earth Palace, the floor was too cold anyway. It was too uncomfortable to lie down. Speaking of which, the storage warehouse was the most convenient in the deep kiss of lips and tongues. Athena felt that Chenrue's hand began to move. When he was standing, it was only her back, but now it actually moved to her chest. Wait, when was the leather armor and underwear undone by this guy? What are you going to do? This sentence sounded like he was asking the obvious. You used to doubt my feelings for you, so I want to punish you on behalf of love and justice. Asshole, this kind of poor excuse again. This won't do. Athena just wanted to resist, but a dishonest hand had already climbed to the peaks on her chest. A numb feeling that she had never experienced suddenly spread to her brain, and she instantly lost her pitiful strength. Soon, another hand was added to the hand. The pair of plump breasts kept changing shape under the abominable caress. The buds at the top had already protruded high under the strong stimulation. Waves of strange feelings that were getting stronger and stronger hit Athena's mind, but her lips were tightly blocked. She could only let out one or two whispers, occasionally. Her whole body was soft and had lost all resistance. She could only be controlled by the other party. When one of the man's hands reached into the secret place under her lower abdomen that was already overflowing, the confused Athena finally woke up. She clamped her legs and trembled as she grabbed the hand. No, Chenrue felt the strength in her hand. It was not the same as before, and the lust in his eyes faded a lot. He slowly retracted his hand and pressed her body to the side. The atmosphere in the tent was awkward. Chenrue blamed himself for a while. I'm too impatient. Athena isn't mentally prepared for this step. I can't selfishly force her for my own desire. I'm sorry. The two of them spoke at the same time. I can't control myself. Chenrue spoke first. No. Athena blushed. Listen to me first. And actually just now, Athena found it difficult to speak, but she still summoned the courage to say it. I really want to give my body to you now, but can this time be pushed back by half a year? Half a year? It's like this. My family's bloodline has a special mutation that will happen when I'm 20 years old. This mutation is very wonderful. It can make my original strength level advance again. If I'm at the later stage, I can even cross a realm. However, there is a restriction. Before I'm 20 years old, I can't do that. Chenrue then realized that it wasn't that Athena wasn't mentally prepared to accept the last step, but there was such a special reason. Athena was afraid that he was unhappy, so she said apologetically, I'll be 20 years old in 5 months. Can I wait until then? My current strength is only a little bit away from the later stage of Demon King. Chenrue activated analytical eyes. Athena's current strength was C, which was the intermediate stage of Demon King. According to her, she was only 1 step away from advancing to the later stage of Demon King. Then, as long as she broke through to the later stage within half a year, she could directly become a great Demon King when she was 20 years old. This bloodline mutation was way too powerful. Thinking of this, Chenrue was stunned. He had experienced many tests of life and death and finally reached the strength of Demon King. Then he had to face the biggest test of demon overlord level consciousness before he could advance to the great Demon King. When Athena came out of the Dark Moon City, she was still at the early stage of higher demon. She ate devil fruits and black potions along the way. Then she broke through at the last minute. She also absorbed the Earth Land and the Obsidian Heart. When she woke up, she was already a powerhouse close to the later stage of Demon King. As long as she reached the later stage of Demon King, she could be guaranteed to the great Demon King without any danger after half a year. In an instant, Chenrue had a feeling. Is Athena the protagonist who traveled through time? Why is her protagonist aura stronger than mine? From Athena's eyes, Chinrue saw the desire for power. He understood tacitly that this desire wasn't for herself, but for him, just like the weapon named Guardian Sword. She wanted to be by his side all the time. Chinrue, I'm sorry. I really want to be your woman. On my birthday. Fool. The desire in Chinrue's heart had completely faded, leaving only warm affection. He hugged Athena and leaned on his shoulder. He gently stroked her long red hair and kissed her forehead. You're already my woman. No one can replace your position. Athena showed a happy smile and changed back to her human form. She suddenly added faintly, What about Princess Royal? I just consolidated my position, and now I'm starting to fantasize again? This is a woman. I'm going to get even with you for this. You self-righteous little fool. Chinrue pretended to be annoyed and took the opportunity to pinch her buttocks. There's nothing between me and Princess Royal. Athena was taken advantage of by him, and her face blushed. Then what you said last time. You're making wild guesses without listening to me. Chinrue gently pinched her face. I'll tell you the whole thing now. Chapter 186. You met Delia. The voice sounded surprised. She is called Christina? There was a rare hint of bitterness in the voice. The noble lady of the Asmodeus royal family? At least demon emperor level? She bit her lip and asked, What happened between you in the silent night wetland? The envy hidden in the voice was actually greater than someone's expected dissatisfaction. She gave you the Nirvana's blood? Silence after the surprise. Athena. Chinrue saw her silent and worried look, so he quickly added, Although she and I were an accident, but do you want to find her? Let's talk about it in the future. Chinrue smiled bitterly. Athena wasn't a woman who was good at hiding. It could be seen that her mood was very complicated. No matter which woman it was, she would definitely not be happy to know that her man had a mistress outside. Although his relationship with Athena hadn't been made clear at that time, the relationship between the two had indeed reached the level of inseparability. Athena was silent for a while again. After a long time she asked, Is she beautiful? Christina's beauty was still above the dark moon's top beauty jaw. No matter how stupid Chinrue was, he knew that he couldn't praise another woman's appearance in front of a woman. He said vaguely, You are both about the same. You are more beautiful. Stop trying to make me happy. Athena shook her head decisively. The Lust royal family, regardless of male or female, has the best appearance in the demon realm. The Asmodeus Empress, Catherine, is also known as the demon realm's top beauty. Chinrue was very depressed. Why are women always so sensitive in certain aspects? I just want to make you happy. I like to see your bright smile. Chinrue stroked Athena's smooth face. Remember this sentence. No one can replace your position in my heart. Humph. Sweet talking guy. Athena said that, but she was actually very happy in her heart. She felt sweet. She lay on his chest and listened to the man's powerful heartbeat. After a while, she asked again, What about Princess Royal? This chick. Why did she come back after such a long time? The secret room under the bathtub suddenly appeared in Chinrue's mind. The dancing girl in the mirror and the talking wind chime appeared. He sighed. You also know Princess Royal's character. She's as cold as an iceberg and serious. How dare I have improper thoughts about her? If she hears this, your man won't have a good life in the future. When Athena heard the words, your man, she was both shy and happy. She pouted and said, I personally sent the dark will to the dark moon. Princess Royal doesn't have you in her heart. So how could she be willing to give you this secret treasure? You always like to think nonsense. Chinrue thought of the last voice calling his name in the wind chime and shook his head. As for Christina, it was purely an accident. Originally, in my heart, it was enough to have you accompany me in this life. Humph. Don't think that I don't know anything. Christina is your first woman. You won't forget her. Athena said angrily. The point of her dissatisfaction was not that Chinrue had another woman in his heart, but that his first place was taken by the other party. Originally, his first woman should be her, Athena. Wales. Forget about Christina. Hearing this sentence, Chinrue secretly felt lucky to get through. But Athena's subsequent words made him stunned. As for Princess Royal and Little Princess, I can accept it. I can even accept Kia that Princess Royal wants to give you. However, if there are other women, you have to ask the sword in my hand first. Chinrue thought he heard it wrong. Although every otaku dreams of a harem, it's just a fantasy. It's not so easy to have a harem. If it's not done well, there will be a fire in the backyard. Initially, he just confessed about Christina, who knew that the total number of harem slots was actually increased to 5. Wait, forget about Jia, who was misunderstood because of Darkwill. As for Kia, he almost forgot about the special reward from Princess Royal. She herself was unwilling, so this slot could be completely ignored. The strangest thing is Alice. How did I inexplicably hook up with this little loli? Could it be that the little loli told Athena about the sneak kiss? Athena, do you think I'm a petty and jealous woman? Athena rolled her eyes at Chinrue and interrupted his words. Chinrue was speechless for a while. This is petty? That's too generous. His generosity was surprising. Not satisfied. Chinrue nodded quickly, satisfied. Satisfied. But Athena saw Chinrue's surprised look, and she secretly wondered if she was too harsh. Before Chinrue explained about Alice and Kia, she added softly, Actually, I'm not that kind. If you really meet a tempted woman in the future, don't hide it from me. I won't embarrass you. In fact, the number of women in the demon realm far exceeded that of men, especially the succubi who were pure female. Powerful men generally had many wives, and even powerful women had many male pets, not only because of sexual desire, but also because of inheritance. Perhaps it was due to the eugenics of the bloodline. The stronger the power, the lower the fertility rate. Take the great demon, for example. The stronger the mutated bloodline, the fewer the offspring. Athena's father, the first general of the empire, George Wales, had 12 wives, which was considered very rare among the aristocrats of the empire, and he only had one precious daughter, Athena. Athena's qualifications were also quite excellent. She broke through the bottleneck of higher demon at the age of 19. If her strength that was close to Great Demon King was made public, it would definitely cause a sensation. Joseph's father, Lord Josh, had nearly 100 wives and concubines, and there were countless other nameless women. However, the number of offspring was far fewer than the number of women. Among the few descendants, only the 2 sons, Joseph and Kenita, were presentable. Of course, the mutation of bloodline was not only based on inheritance. Otherwise, there would be fewer and fewer powerhouses in the demon realm. Breaking through the bottleneck was also a way to induce mutation. For example, if Eric's broke through the limit of higher demon now, he was likely to mutate. Even if he didn't mutate, there was a considerable chance that his offspring would have mutated bloodline. Chinrue shook his head and kissed her forehead. Don't think too much. I'm satisfied to have you. All right, don't treat me as a silly girl. Athena was still quite happy in her heart. At least her position in Chinrue's heart was irreplaceable, even if it was Christina or Princess Royal. Chinrue could only smile bitterly. The more I explain, the worse it gets. I'm obviously telling the truth, but I don't believe it. Isn't that a silly girl? Athena didn't dwell on this issue anymore and asked, By the way, what's going on with Glorfin? Chinrue told her what happened that day, and he also told her about the Dark Moon City, but he concealed the secrets of inadvertently peeking at Jia's bath and the underground secret room. Athena was taken aback. 100 days? Your consciousness might be erased? My current training is to deal with this crisis. As for the artifact, I've already mastered half of it. Otherwise, I can't kiss you with a mask today." Chenrue tried to say it as lightly as possible so that Athena wouldn't worry. With Athena's knowledge, she naturally understood the power of a demon overlord soul. Even without the threat of the artifact, it was still extremely dangerous. She was extremely anxious and suddenly whispered, "Chenrue, you can have me now." Chenrue was stunned. Then he immediately understood. He hugged Athena tightly. "Silly girl, you have to believe me and believe in yourself. You are the deepest mark engraved in my soul. Even if my soul is completely shattered, I will never be able to erase this mark. With my dedication to you alone, I will definitely be able to get through this." Athena hugged him tightly and didn't say another word. The most important thing in the underground world had been resolved. Chenrue bid farewell to the earth elementals and came to the Tauren's lair. Now, with his strength and the help of Strider, the journey was greatly shortened. Athena's current strength was still above Chenrue. When fighting with Glorfin, she awakened the power of space. Since the Whale's family's bloodline power was upgraded, this kind of special ability that could attack across space should be from the Devil Fruit's power. This time, she also got the protection of the demon overlord level earth power and the power of the obsidian heart. Her strength was even higher, and she was quite close to the later stage of Demon King. Even Chenrue had to admit defeat with this kind of adventure with the protagonist's aura. The Taurens were overjoyed by the appearance of Chenrue and the awakening of Athena, especially Chief Tauren DeLong and Priest Tori. The devil fruit that DeLong ate began to work. He felt that his strength had improved, but there was still a long way to break through the bottleneck. Once he could be promoted to Demon Emperor, he would be the third powerhouse to become a Demon Emperor in the history of the Taurens. Chenrue only stayed in the Tauren's lair for a short while. Then he quickly came to the Medusa's lair. The entire underground Medusa tribe had completely surrendered to Chenrue. When they saw his arrival, they saluted one after another. Tim walked over with Lisa with a joyful face and greeted the master. Chenrue and Athena both saw a baby in Lisa's arms. This baby had a human appearance and was sleeping soundly. Lisa's face was full of maternal brilliance. It turned out that just a few days ago, Lisa gave birth to a child. It was indeed a great demon, and it was a mutated bloodline. For a mutated great demon, it was very rare. Tim's joy could be imagined. Dodo was still in a deep sleep. At that time, the spirit-devouring demonic fly that he swallowed was equivalent to Glorfin's territory power, which was much stronger than expected. It was very likely that he was digesting this power. The only thing he could do was to wait. "Congratulations, Tim." Chenrue hesitated a little and said, "At this time you should stay with Lisa, but I really need your strength. After a while, our plan will be implemented." When Tim surrendered to Chenrue last time, he had already understood the general content of the plan. He nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. Lisa will understand. But if I go to the surface, then I must take the Fountain of Life once every 3 days. Otherwise, I won't survive." Tim's life was overdrawn due to the secret technique at that time, so he had to rely on the Fountain of Life to maintain his life. This was the biggest restriction. "I can provide the Fountain of Life at any time." Chenrue said, "The materials are not enough now. If I can gather the materials, I will give you a bottle of longevity potion to completely eliminate your worries." Tim's eyes lit up. He knew that his master had the highest level of black potions, but even a grand master couldn't easily brew a bottle of the highest level potion. If this bottle of potion was leaked to the demon realm, it would definitely cause a sensation in the 3 empires. "Thank you, master. As for the materials, if I can contact my family, I will gather them as soon as possible and dedicate them to master." A bottle of the highest level black potion required 1 million auras to exchange. Chenrue was currently in urgent need of aura training, so he really couldn't exchange it for Tim. However, with the foundation of the Seifel family, it shouldn't be a problem to gather materials worth 1 million auras. At that time, he could even earn more auras that he needed. No problem. During this time, you should accompany Lisa well. Lisa could basically understand the common language of the demon realm. She bowed respectfully to Chinrue. After leaving Medusa's lair, Chinrue and Athena walked all the way to the exit of the main pit. Athena looked at the dazzling twin moons in the sky and recalled the situation when the main pit fell. She had a feeling of seeing the sun again. The happiest thing was that when she came out, she could already lean on him. Chinrue felt Athena's mood. He gently hugged her waist and smiled. Let's go. We should go back to the Dark Moon to take a look. In the evening, Dark Moon City Palace Council Hall. The commander of the palace guards, Kaguran, was apologizing to Jia. Old Gauss was beside him. For half a month, with the cooperation of the Cloak Gang, the entire city searched for the Beelzebub royal family, but there was still no news. Jia listened quietly. Her cold face no longer had the initial rage, but the coldness in her eyes was a bit more intense. I have reported to the capital. The envoy who came to assist in the search and investigation has already set off from the capital. This time, no matter what the cost, we must eliminate the Beelzebub royal family in its infancy. Kaguran lowered his head in shame. As a confidant of Princess Royal, he naturally knew that the people from the capital would definitely make the Dark Moon's situation more disadvantageous. If it weren't for his incompetence that he couldn't even detect the enemy's traces, how could he force Princess Royal to take this step? Old Gauss frowned. This matter was too important. Although Princess Royal knew about the interference of the people from the capital, she did not intend to block the news from the beginning. No matter what, she was also of the royal bloodline of the fallen angel empire. She would not give up the interests of the entire empire because of internal strife. Kaguran, Gauss, you guys can leave. I need to be quiet for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me if there's nothing special. Yes. The two bowed and left. Walking out of the council hall, Kaguran saw a guard rushing toward the council hall with something in his hand. He immediately stopped the guard. Shuta, where are you going? Sir Kaguran, there is a man in a cloak asking to see Princess Royal. He asked me to give a token to Princess Royal, saying that Princess Royal will see him personally. What is it? Is it dangerous? Let me see. Shu Ta handed over the small bag in his hand and replied, I have checked it. It's just some unknown powder. Kaguran opened the small bag, and there was indeed some strange powder inside. There was no poison or power fluctuation. Let me see. Old Gauss walked over and looked at the powder. His turbid old eyes flashed with shock. He said to Shu Ta, I will report to Princess Royal immediately. Kaguran, bring that person to the council hall immediately. Chapter 187. Although Kaguran didn't know what the powder was, judging from old Gauss's attitude, this person's identity was definitely not trivial. He didn't ask much and nodded decisively. Soon, a man in a cloak whose true face couldn't be seen followed Kaguran to the council hall. Kaguran, you personally guard the entrance of the inner courtyard. No one is allowed to enter. Jia's expression was still cold, but the fluctuation in her voice rarely reflected the extraordinary fluctuations in her heart. Kaguran was secretly surprised by the identity of the visitor, so he bowed and left. Princess Royal, I still have some things to do, so I will also leave. Old Gauss bowed and took the initiative to leave. Jia seemed to want to keep Old Gauss, but she didn't speak in the end. Only she and the cloaked man were left in the council hall. After Old Gauss left, the visitor took off the cloak, covering his head, and smiled. Long time no see, Princess Royal Highness. The moment Jia saw the smile, she was slightly absent-minded, but she returned to her original state in an instant. However, this subtle emotional fluctuation couldn't be hidden from Chinrue, who had reached the Demon King level, although he was just a powerless human, now due to camouflage. Jia stared at Chinrue for a moment and nodded. You came back at the right time. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Chinrue was stunned. Not counting Aguile's identity and the peeping incident, he and Jia hadn't seen each other for 2 months, and he came back from such a dangerous place. Yet he didn't even ask about the situation and went straight to the topic. From the wind chime of memory, it could be seen that Jia had a subtle feeling toward him now. It was even more intimate than a friend. Now that they met again after a long time, she should at least say, "You're finally back. You're finally back safely," or ask the reason for his return. Chenrue secretly sighed. This princess royal can cry and laugh loudly in front of the wind chime in the secret room, and even call my name deeply, but in the council hall, she's the unsmiling and cold ice princess. A hidden attribute was a hidden attribute after all. Unless certain conditions were met, it could not be activated. However, Chenrue didn't think about this. Even if it was an ordinary subordinate, Jia would at least say something polite in this situation. It was because she was special that she was abnormal. Jia told Chenrue about the appearance of the Beelzebub royal family, stealing the artifact fragments, and the people from the capital coming to assist in the investigation. Seeing that Chenrue was a little absent-minded, she frowned. "What do you think of this matter?" Chenrue deliberately showed a thoughtful look and said, "The Beelzebub royal family reappeared after 400 years. They must have come prepared, and now they have obtained the complete God-eating mask. This is indeed a big problem. I was thinking that Beelzebub's target was definitely not just the fallen Dark Moon, but the entire fallen Angel Empire. Maybe we can use some methods to turn Beelzebub's power into our own to fight against." "No." Jia decisively interrupted Chenrue's words. A strong, murderous intention emerged from her body. She gritted her teeth and said, "No matter how valuable it is, the Beelzebub royal family, especially the person that night, must die. Princess Royal, it is not 400 years ago now. Maybe that person, the murderous intention on Jia's body was even stronger. Although it was not directed at Chenrue, it still made him feel a bone-chilling chill. It was not a bluff. It seemed that her hatred for a certain guy had reached the extreme. Don't say any more. Even without the God-eating mask, that person must die. There is no doubt about this." Chenrue originally wanted to test Jia's attitude, but he didn't expect Jia's reaction to be so intense. There was no room for negotiation. It seemed that even if the identity was not the Beelzebub royal family, or without the God-eating mask, the secret room alone had touched Jia's reverse scale. Chenrue had no doubt that if he revealed his identity now, he would be killed by Jia immediately on the spot. He couldn't afford to take this risk. Judging from the voices of the wind chimes of memories, Jia, as the Lord of the Dark Moon, was a cold woman who dedicated her life to the estate. Nothing was more important than the overall situation that she believed in. Before obtaining the power to compete with her or being able to leave the Dark Moon without scruples, it was better not to confess about the God-eating mask for the time being. After all, Jia was not Athena. Chenrue currently only left a vague shadow in Jia's heart. The most obvious impression was that he was a slightly talented subordinate. Unless her intimacy could reach the level of Athena, she would never reveal her true identity. Everything was for survival. Now, Chenrue had not reached the point where he had to gamble. Besides, he was no longer alone. He had a lover, friends, and followers, so he must be cautious. Thinking of this, Chenrue immediately changed his words. "I understand what Princess Royal means. I don't want to cooperate with the Beelzebub royal family, but I want to use the power of the capital to consume the Beelzebub royal family. Then I will look for the opportunity to launch when the opponent is at its weakest to eliminate the Beelzebub royal family in one fell swoop." Jia pondered for a moment and nodded. "It's just that this plan is too difficult to implement. I have sent people to search for half a month, but there has been no whereabouts of the Beelzebub royal family. It is likely that they have left the Dark Moon or are hiding in a place that we can't find. Then this matter can be postponed for the time being. Let the people from the capital deal with it. Princess Royal is the lord of the estate, so you have to be more open-minded. Don't focus on this point. There is a more important thing at the moment. Chinrue looked at Jia's expectant gaze and smiled. Why didn't Princess Royal ask me why I came back from Mountain Shillong? When Jia saw the confident smile, she felt that her recent anxiety had inexplicably calmed down. She said calmly, "As the Lord, I am waiting for my mining officer's report. It's my mistake. It's very impolite to let a beautiful lady take the initiative to ask." Chen Rue cleverly equated the Lord and the beautiful lady, putting himself in a relatively equal position. Sure enough, Jia's murderous intent vanished, and her gaze showed a little softness. It seemed that she was immersed in it. Did Princess Royal receive the ores that I asked Aguile to bring back last time? Speaking of this, Jia's purple eyes flashed with brilliance. I have received them all. I don't know how you solved the waste ores problem. These high-quality iron ores can be used to make excellent weapons and equipment. What I asked him to bring was only a small part. This time I brought back some more. In fact, these are all waste ores over the years. I used a special method inherited from the Grand Master to dispose of them all. There are no more waste ores in the mine. All of them are high-quality ores. It's just that we can't go underground yet. At present, the waste ores that have been hoarded for hundreds of years are enough for us to use. It was easy to say, but in fact, he even killed a demon overlord. This was indeed a special method. Jia was overjoyed. Your credit is too great. I want to reward you well. I haven't finished talking about my credit yet. Don't worry, Princess Royal. Chinrue smiled and said, Does your Highness still remember the former mining officer, Tim, who disappeared 2 years ago? Jia nodded. Chinrue's next word surprised her. Tim is not dead, according to Chinrue. Tim was framed 2 years ago. He encountered the terrifying demonic beast Medusa underground and was imprisoned by the Medusa. If he didn't happen to marry a Medusa, he would have died. He had been trying to find a way over the years, but unfortunately he couldn't escape. It just so happened that Chinrue and Athena were trying to save the miners trapped at the bottom of the main pit. They happened to encounter the battle between the Medusas and the Taurans. Tim escaped with the help of the Medusa's wife. He happened to find the two of them and escaped from the underground world together. However, Tim's Medusa's wife was a demon king, so she couldn't pass the seal. At present, Tim was already hiding somewhere in Mountain Shillong. Chinrue also told her about the situation of the bandits in Mountain Shillong. The original bandit leaders were either killed by each other or poisoned. They were all dead, leaving only the leader of the bandits, Snowden. Chinrue wanted to use poison, but this Snowden was a demon king-level powerhouse. He was vigilant by nature, so he was actually discovered. If it weren't for Aguile's help, Chinrue, Tim, and Athena would all die in Snowden's hands. However, Aguile was also seriously injured. He was currently hiding in Town Leia of the Shadow Empire to recuperate. That Aguile. Jia looked suspicious. Are you sure he has been with you these days? Chinrue nodded affirmatively. After the duel with Eric's last time, he handed the things I entrusted to Princess Royal. Then he returned to Mountain Shillong. Although he doesn't like to be disturbed and often trains alone, he will still appear in time when he needs to. Jia carefully asked about the time when Aguile appeared. Sure enough, it conflicted with the time when the Beelzebub royal family appeared. They shouldn't be the same person. She looked slightly relieved. Chinrue knew that Jia had a lot of doubts about Aguile. Fortunately, he was prepared and dealt with it seamlessly. Chinrue didn't say Athena's true power to avoid unnecessary trouble. Athena was now resting in the basement of the arena. According to Visasha, Royce had successfully obtained the evil blue tier after several trips in the Red Spirit Estate. He was rushing back to the Dark Moon, and he would arrive as soon as tonight. Chinrue's deep analysis of the God-eating mask began to slow down after reaching 50%. The same deep analysis, he could analyze 1% to 2% previously, but now he could only reach 1% after 2 times of analysis. With the evil blue tier, not only could the number of analysis be increased, but the special effect of shielding his own power level was just right for Athena. Remember the letter I entrusted the cloak gang to send? The higher-ups asked Princess Royal to postpone the plan to send troops to Mountain Shillong because the conditions were not mature enough at that time. According to the information I received, Snowdin is a mutated great demon with early-stage Demon King strength. He is good at wind magic. If Princess Royal has a reliable candidate who can defeat Snowdin, then this plan can be launched. Jia pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, you actually know this candidate too. That is Kaguran. Chinrue was slightly surprised. Kaguran's strength in the analytical eyes is only higher demon, and it's not a mutated bloodline. He can actually deal with Snowdin. However, as the most important Imperial Guard commander under Jia, he must have something extraordinary. Kaguran and his sister both have special mutated abilities. They are the opposite of ordinary great demons. They usually store their power in their battle form. During battle, they can transform into their normal form to exert powerful strength. Kaguran and Kaguli's strength are both Demon King level, and they usually won't show it easily. Kaguran's duty is to guard the palace, while Kaguli is to protect Alice. However, when they actually attack, they need to conceal it properly. Try not to let Snowdin notice anything. It was the first time Chenrue heard of this kind of great demon mutated talent in the opposite state. Presumably, he could control his combat power freely. However, Jia's last sentence was obviously superfluous. Snowdin was already under her control. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. Chinrue understood that Jia told him this level of secret meant that he had become a confidant similar to Kaguran and Old Gauss. He immediately said in return, since this is the case, then I want to congratulate Princess Royal in advance. It's time to take back the sheriff position. As soon as this sentence was said, Jia's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 188. When Chenrue left the council hall, it was already late at night. He did not go to Aldous' lab in the outer courtyard, but he walked toward the arena. Tonight's moonlight was very bright, and the chill was a bit worse than before. However, the cold purple glow that sprinkled on Chenrue made him feel anxious and hot. This symptom seemed to be worse than a few days ago. Chenrue channeled the calm mind secrets, and his heart felt slightly cool. He felt much better. The so-called calm mind secrets was a spirit manipulation technique that he figured out himself. It could quickly find the feeling of calming his mind. Although he didn't need to recite the incantations like, heart as clear as ice. Don't be shocked, even if the sky collapses. The effect was not bad. It was the harvest of his hard work in the training ground in recent years. The progress of star conversion was now 12%. In fact, more than 12 days had passed. Chenrue discovered one thing. That was, star conversion was not uniform. It would speed up or slow down according to certain fluctuations. Now he controlled more than half of the God-eating mask. Together with the effect of refined mind, the progress of star conversion seemed to have slowed down. However, Chenrue knew that this slowness was relative. The total time of star conversion would not change for 100 days. The slowness now meant the acceleration in the future, and it also represented the increase in danger and difficulty of resistance. But for now, he had to do this because he also needed time to further refine mind and crack the God-eating mask. It was impossible to give up, refine mind, or analyze the artifact now. If that was the case, his consciousness would be completely out of control without waiting for 100 days. Chenrue walked toward the arena wearing a cloak. Initially, he could directly channel his power and rush to the arena as soon as possible. But now he understood that the moonlight had a bonus effect on the negative effects. He intended to further hone his mind, so he wasn't in a hurry. He walked at a normal speed, while constantly using the calm mind secrets to resist the discomfort of the moonlight along the way. Although the nightlife of the demon realm was not rich, there were many people who liked to hang out at night. such as lively bars, imps who sold all kinds of strange items on the street, dark goblins, and lich who set up night stalls, especially the succubus who seduced people on the roadside. From time to time, she would release her charming talent, making people unable to control themselves. Of course, behind the erotic scene might be a terrible trap. Whether it was a romantic encounter or a nightmare depended on whether there was the corresponding power. The Dark Moon City was very big. The distribution of these people was very scattered. Some areas were empty and gloomy, while some areas were very lively. This made Chinrue have the idea of building a night market. In front of him, he saw a few people surrounding the two girls in the middle. They were waving knives in their hands and threatening loudly. Chinrue glanced at them. The two girls were dark elves with veils on their faces. They seemed to be sisters, about 16 or 17 years old. The taller elder sister was protecting the younger sister, looking very frightened. Not far away, there was an old dark elf lying on the ground. He had fainted. This kind of thing happened almost every day in the Dark Moon Estate. Those guys wielding knives seemed to have a powerful background. Initially, there were some demons nearby, but when they saw the situation, they all hid away for fear of getting into trouble. Chinrue felt that the outfits of these two dark elf girls were a bit familiar. He suddenly remembered, aren't these the two daughters of the mysterious dark elf, Sky, Eve an alien in the cloak gang? The dark elf lying on the ground is Sky. Among the demons surrounding the two girls, the strongest one is only at the early stage of higher demon. Sky's strength is at least Great Demon King. Why can't he even defeat these weak enemies and let his two daughters be in danger? Chinrue thought of Sky's injury and seemed to realize something. At this time, an ugly centaur reached out to grab Eve's veil. Eve screamed. The veil had been pulled down, revealing her appearance. Her facial features were beautiful, but there were many ugly markings on her face, which made her look very ugly. Several guys were stunned, then they started cursing. Eve covered her face, and a guy took the opportunity to grab Alien. Chinrue could no longer stand idly by. He put on his mask and instantly flashed in front of the two girls. He kicked the lich who grabbed Alien away. Where did this guy come from? How dare he meddle in our business? Although Chinrue had released the breath of a higher demon, the higher demon leader did not retreat. Instead, he seemed very arrogant. Eve, what the hell is going on? Eve didn't expect this person to know her. When she was surprised, Alien's eyes lit up. Apparently, she had recognized Chinrue and said, "Sir, Father took us out for a walk, and we encountered these people blackmailing us. It just so happened that Father's illness was acting up. Don't be long-winded." The higher demon finally had some scruples about the strength shown by Chinrue. He sneered. These two women ate 2 pieces of mud cakes sold by Jaja, so they have to pay 2 black crystal coins. You just hurt my brother, so you have to compensate at least 8 black crystal coins. It is a total of 10 black crystal coins. We are from the Gorfine gang. Even the guards dare not meddle in our business. Pay up if you know what's good for you. Alien's voice sounded. Just now you clearly said that you can taste it for free, and you even took the initiative to give it to me. You also said that it only costs 1 white crystal coin per piece. The goblin named Jada jumped out and clamored. It's obviously 1 black crystal coin per piece. Who said I can taste it for free? Chinrue finally understood. Sky came out with his 2 daughters and encountered blackmail. Sky didn't care about the strength of these people at first, but at the critical moment his old injury acted up. It could be said that a tiger was bullied by a dog. Chinrue also thought of a personal experience on Earth. When he was in college, he and a roommate met a Xinjiang man who was pushing a tricycle to sell walnut cakes on the street. He originally said it was 5 yuan per caddy, so he wanted to buy 1 caddy. As a result, the guy cut it with a knife and weighed 5 caddy, and the price suddenly became 5 yuan per caddy. 50 yuan per caddy, so 5 caddy was 250 yuan. Chinrue and his roommate certainly didn't want to be this kind of 250 yuan. As a result, the Xinjiang man called several accomplices over with knives and forced them to buy it. The other party outnumbered them. In desperation, Qin Rui and his roommate had to admit defeat. They didn't have that much money on them, and the only 100 yuan they had was taken away. What was even more infuriating was that when they went to the police station to report, the police asked about the incident in detail, did a routine registration, and then sent the two away. There was no follow-up. After a few days, Qin Rui saw this group of Xinjiang people on the street again. People who knew told him that due to many reasons, the police really couldn't do anything. It was also legal for these people to carry knives. When they entered the police station, they pretended not to understand Chinese. In the end, it was easy to be released again. The only way was to stay away from them. In fact, there were Xinjiang people among Qin Rui's classmates. They were warm, hospitable, and easy to get along with. However, in recent years, more and more Uyghur people were blackmailing, pickpocketing, and robbing in various places. This had tarnished the reputation of the Xinjiang people. Thinking of his previous experience, plus the fact that the Gorfine gang was the sworn enemy of the Cloak gang, Qin Rui had a strong desire to kill. His figure flashed, and the great demon leader's vision blurred. Then he was slapped in the face. The strength of this slap was quite strong. It sent his whole body flying. Then there was a series of paw-paw sounds. Except for the goblin scum, no one in this group stood up. The most miserable one was the higher demon leader. He was lying on the ground with his neck unreasonably twisted. It was obviously broken by a slap. The goblin scum's body trembled. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. His pants were soaked with hot and smelly liquid. He was so scared that he peed. "My name is Aguile. Go tell your leader, Wick, that in a few days I will personally visit the Gorfiend gang." Aguile. Only then did the goblin know that the cloaked man in front of him turned out to be the biggest enemy of the Gorfiend gang. His legs turned soft, and he collapsed to the ground. Finally, the meditation formula played a certain role. Except for the higher demon, the rest did not die. Qin Rui withdrew his murderous aura. Alien felt that she had vented her anger and cheered. "Sir is so powerful!" Qin Rui touched Alien's head. Then he picked up the veil and handed it to Eve. He happened to see that Sky on the ground had opened his eyes. He immediately stepped forward and helped him up. Sky had already seen the situation just now. He smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Sir Leader. If it weren't for Sir, the consequences would be unimaginable." Qin Rui shook his head to indicate that it was okay. "This is not the place to talk. Let's go." Eve put her veil back on, and together with Ariane, they helped Sky slowly out of the alley. Qin Rui changed his mind at the last minute and escorted the three father and daughter back to the Cloak gang. When the old goblin, Didi, saw his master, he was naturally excited. Qin Rui didn't give the old goblin too much time to show off. He followed Sky and his daughter to the small courtyard where they lived. After sending the old goblin away, Sky had almost recovered. He once again expressed his gratitude to Qin Rui. In Qin Rui's analytical eyes, Sky's strength was no longer unable to be judged, but he was indeed a great demon, king-level powerhouse. "Sir Sky is too polite. You are also part of the Cloak gang now, so you don't have to say anything else." Qin Rui pondered and said, "Please forgive me for asking. Is there a way to cure Sir's injury completely? Also, Eve and Alien's illness seems to be getting more and more difficult to control. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been taken advantage of by that guy." As he said, he took out 6 bottles of potions, 2 bottles of healing potions, and 4 bottles of antidote potions. They were master-grade potions made by Aldos. However, there were only 6 bottles of these 2 potions left. They could only be obtained from the exchange center, but those grand master-grade potions couldn't be revealed easily. These 6 bottles of master-grade potions may not be able to cure your illness, but please accept them. I hope Sir can continue to contribute to the cloak gang in the future. Thank you. Sky didn't accept the potions. He was silent for a moment and sighed. I'm an old man with illness, so I can't help much. Then help him as much as you can. Jessie still needs your guidance. Chen Rue couldn't reveal the other party's strength. At the moment, at least this mysterious powerhouse was still on the cloak gang's side. Jessie is my disciple, so I should guide him. Sky frowned and said, You saved my father and daughter again today. I don't like to owe favors. If Sir can double the amount of these 2 potions, I will give Sir a set of magic leather armor that I collected in my early years as an exchange. As he said, Sky took out a set of leather armor. It was tough and exquisitely sewn. It even faintly exuded magic waves. This set of leather armor is made from the skin of a mutated, tri-horned rhinoceros. It can enhance physical defense and reduce magic damage. Enhance physical defense and improve magic defense? 2 enchantment attributes. Chinrue was secretly surprised. Even the Dark Star iron weapon, enchanted by Tori, only had 1 bloodthirsty attribute. When Chinrue was in the underground, he had seen Taurens making leather armor. However, making armor was not the Tauren's forte. The leather armor in front of him, whether it was craftsmanship, enchantment, or the feeling it gave, was far better than the Tauren's craftsmanship. It was as if it was not only a leather armor, but also a work of art. It was by no means an ordinary product. Chapter 189. Chinrue said emotionally, Sir Sky, I have to say that even if I take out double the potions, it's still not comparable to the value of this high-grade magic equipment. Alien on the side interjected, You really have no taste. What high-grade equipment? This is obviously excellent grade. Sky glanced at Alien with a bit of sternness. Alien seemed to stick out her tongue behind her veil and didn't say anything more. Excellent grade. Chinrue was taken aback. When he learned forging from the Taurens in the underground world, he had already understood the division of equipment levels in this world. Ordinary white equipment was called low grade. Equipment with better quality and a certain enchantment effect was called intermediate grade. Equipment with better quality and good magic attributes was called high grade. Above these 3 types of conventional equipment levels, there were better equipment, excellent grade, legendary grade, and epic grade. These 3 grades of equipment were not only excellent in quality, but they were also combined with perfect enchantment effect. The higher the grade, the more powerful the performance. For example, the 7 artifacts belonged to the epic grade. The secret treasure, Evil Blue Tear, brought back by Royce, was the top secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family after the Breeze Shadow Boots. It should belong to the legendary grade. The Dark Will in Chinrue's hands was probably also legendary grade. Athena's guardian's sword had a particularly sharp attribute and was also enchanted with a bloodthirsty effect. It seemed to have reached the standard of excellent grade, but strictly speaking, this weapon could only be regarded as high-grade equipment because the special sharpness was the attribute of the Dark Star iron itself. Besides, the double enchantment effect only reached 40% and reduced the defense by 20%. This was the result of the Tauren priest. Tori's enchantment skill was not perfect enough. In fact, due to the Tauren's congenital defect in magic perception, it became the most regrettable flaw in the Tauren's forging process. If it was a mechanic master who was proficient in enchantment, based on the Tauren's brilliant forging technique and enchantment, the effect would be much more perfect. It might even reach the legendary grade. A mechanic who could create excellent grade equipment was already a master. A mechanic master could only create legendary grade equipment when he was at his peak or occasionally had a flash of inspiration. However, the difficulty was also quite high. That was the highest achievement he could achieve. Only mechanics who reached the Grand Master level could freely create legendary grade equipment or even epic grade artifacts. The leather armor that Sky used to exchange potions turned out to be an excellent grade equipment that could only be made by a mechanic master. Chinrue's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the potions he provided were also master grade, the potions were only consumables. They were far from being comparable to equipment. Of course, black potions were another matter. Chinrue thought about it and shook his head. It's a pity that I don't have any more master-tier potions on hand, but it seems that master-tier potions can't remove the root of the problem. If possible, I hope to help you or Eve and Alien completely eradicate the hidden disease as an equivalent exchange. However, if that's the case, I'm afraid this leather armor won't be enough. Alien seemed to have a good impression of Chinrue's help in the alley just now. She interjected. Then let father make another one. Shut up. Sky yelled angrily. Alien's body trembled as if she was agitated and was about to fall. Alien! Eve exclaimed and quickly held her. Chinrue felt that his vision was blurred and the bottle of antidote in his hand was gone. Almost at the same time, Sky hugged Alien and fed her the bottle of antidote. After Alien drank the antidote, her body no longer trembled. She was just panting, and her state seemed very weak. Chinrue was shocked. Putting aside the great Demon King's power because he had obtained the corresponding information from analytical eyes, he was shocked by Alien's words. Make another one. This excellent grade magic leather armor was actually made by Sky himself. Only a mechanic master can make excellent grade equipment. In that case, isn't Sky, after Alien's condition improved slightly, Sky said to Eve, Eve, help your sister into the room to rest. Eve helped Alien into the room. Sky looked at Chinrue's calm look. He didn't seem to be surprised by Alien's words or the power he showed in a hurry. He frowned slightly. Sir Leader, I was rude just now. Everyone has their own secrets, and so do I. Chinrue had recovered from the surprise and calmly pointed to the mask on his face. Sky nodded slowly. Chinrue didn't give him too much time to think and said, Sir Sky, or should I call you Sir Master Sky? I know what you are worried about. You have 3 choices now. First, take your daughter and leave the Cloak Gang or even the Dark Moon immediately. No one should be able to stop you. Second, kill me to silence me. However, I'm afraid this will be difficult to achieve. It's the same even if your strength is the intermediate stage of the Great Demon King. Besides, the Cloak Gang is now the Imperial Guard's reserve force. This will alarm the Dark Moon's lord. By then, not only your 2 daughters, but even you will be unable to escape. The third is the equivalent exchange I mentioned. I will try to cure you and your daughter completely, and you have to come up with the corresponding exchange chips. Sky's eyes changed constantly, especially when Chinrue revealed his true strength. There was a flash of light, then it turned into a frown. Chinrue took the opportunity to add another sentence. If you choose the third option, I will keep all your secrets for you. After you are healed, you can stay here or leave if you want. In fact, my teacher is also a mechanic master. Perhaps his ability is even above you. When Sky heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chinrue took out something. Sir Sky, take a look at this first. Sky glanced at it, and his eyes were immediately attracted. What Chinrue took out was a piece of metal. It was the size of a fist and emitted a faint fluorescent light. Can you show it to me? Sky's voice was a little strange. Chinrue threw the metal over, and Sky caught it. He only felt that it was heavier than he imagined. After looking at it carefully, he said in amazement, This Dark Star iron has actually been refined to the legendary grade. Legendary grade materials were a necessary condition for creating legendary grade equipment. Sky's surprise was not unreasonable, not to mention the legendary grade quality. Just the refining method to make this piece of Dark Star iron without any impurities was far above him. However, Sky was not frustrated because his specialization was not the same as Iguile's teacher. This is your teacher, Chinrue nodded and took out 2 more pieces of second-grade Dark Star iron that were refined in the refining room. There are 2 more pieces here, both of which are my teacher's works. If one piece was a coincidence, Then what about 3 pieces? Sky sighed. It turns out that you have such an amazing teacher. Then, I can't think of any bargaining chips that can attract you. To tell you the truth, I was kicked out by my teacher early in the morning to train. These 3 pieces of legendary grade dark star iron are a test given to me by my teacher. When I can forge them, I can meet one of the conditions to return to my teacher to continue learning. Chenrue sighed. Let's not talk about the specific conditions. This is my biggest secret. Consider it as an exchange for knowing your secret. The inspiration for this exchange of secrets came from the negotiation with Joseph, and Sky's brows relaxed a lot. After all, Aguile's teacher was a master of the same profession who was far more capable than him. So some of his previous worries could be put aside. As for those few pieces of second-grade refined dark star iron, Chief Tauren DeLong also said that Chenrue's current forging level was not enough to forge them. DeLong could forge it himself, but because the Tauren's enchantment had certain flaws, as a true forging master, DeLong could not bear to waste these precious materials. Sir Sky is an expert. Please comment on my poor work not long ago. As Chenrue spoke, he took out a long sword that he forged himself. This was the work of the Guardian's sword and the dagger. With the help of deep analysis, the technique was much more refined, but there was no enchantment. Sky took the long sword, looked at it, and showed appreciation. If you only look at the forging technique, it is already quite brilliant. Even I can't give you too much useful advice. However, a real mechanic master uses not only his hands when making a work, but his heart. In other words, they are not only your work, but also your children, a living existence. Chenrue nodded and said, When I was learning forging, my teacher also said that you are not only forging a weapon, but also building a life. The force, point, and strength of each hammer are the understanding of life. I still have a long way to go in the future. These words were actually the original words of Chief Tauren, and there was a sentence after, if you can really understand this feeling, you will be the top Tauren blacksmith. When Sky heard it, he showed approval. It seems that your teacher is a real top master. I am ashamed. If there is a chance, I hope you can introduce me. After this conversation and seeing the weapons forged by Chenrue, the relationship between the two became a lot closer. Chenrue said, Actually, everything I am doing now is to pass my teacher's test. Not only my forging technique, but also my own strength. If Sir Sky trusts me, I am willing to help you get rid of your hidden illness. If I succeed, I hope Sir can help me make 3 legendary grade equipment, and I hope to watch and learn the whole process. Sky pondered for a moment and said, Even a mechanic master, under the premise of having legendary grade materials, is not 100% sure to forge legendary grade equipment. Your teacher should have said that there are 3 kinds of specializations for a mechanic master: metal forging, leather goods making, and jewelry making. My specialization is not metal, but leather goods. I can't forge these 3 legendary grade dark star iron, so I can't help you in learning in this area. Chenrue's teacher was naturally fictitious, but his brain turned quickly, and he said, My teacher once said that if you understand one method, you will understand all methods. I still hope to be able to observe and learn Sir's manufacturing process. As for the material, I wonder how about this? Understand one method, you will understand all methods? That makes a lot of sense. Wait, this is Hydra skin. When Sky saw what Chenrue took out, he was very moved. He threw the dark star iron back to Chenrue, stepped forward, and stroked the Hydra skin with shining eyes. It's a perfect material. Although it's not a mutated Demon Emperor level, it's also a great Demon King level. It's also very fresh, and it hasn't been tanned. As long as it's processed with special techniques, the enchantment effect will definitely be quite good. If the previous dark star iron was not within Sky's proficiency, then the Hydra skin was truly his dish. After a while, Sky realized that he had lost his composure. He stood up with a bitter smile. Hydra skin alone is not enough. I also need other materials. However, I believe that with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem. Now I kind of believe that you can really help me. Chapter 190. I'm not only injured, but I'm also cursed. Eve and Alien are poisoned and cursed, which can't be cured by ordinary potions. Don't ask me why or how it happened. Just know the 3 things to lift the curse. Sky sighed. These 3 things are very rare. They are the fountain of life, fountain of vitality, and flower of mist. When Chunrui heard the fountain of life, his heart moved, but he had never heard of the other 2. He immediately asked cautiously, do these 3 antidotes have to be used at the same time, or do they work separately? The fountain of life can lift the poison curse of Eve and Alien, while the fountain of vitality and flower of mist are the key to dispel the curse on me. However, my vitality has been almost consumed by some secret technique. As long as you can find the fountain of life and get rid of my 2 daughters' pain, I can help you make 2 pieces of equipment first. Shinrue thought about it and decided to confirm it. He said, I heard the teacher mention the fountain of life. It seems that it will lose its effect within half an hour after leaving the fountain. I don't know if it's this kind. Sky was shocked. He seemed very excited and quickly said, it's this kind of fountain of life. I have a magic bottle here that can hold the fountain of life for 3 months. Give me the magic bottle. Shinrue had an idea in his heart, but he couldn't expose the power of the Galaxy Garden in front of Sky. He said, I'll go to the teacher immediately to ask about the whereabouts of the fountain of life. I believe I won't be kicked out. Sky didn't say anything and threw the bottle to Shinrue. Shinrue took out another piece of Hydra skin. There are 2 Hydra skins in total. Consider it my mortgage. Also, take these few bottles of potion as a gift from me to Eve and Alien. Please don't reject them, Your Excellency. After all, Alien's curse had acted up again just now. Please don't blame her for her slip of the tongue. She's just a child. Sky looked grateful without any pretense and nodded. Shinrue left the cloak gang and rushed straight to the arena. Sky's identity as a mechanic master was an unexpected gain, and the reason why the 3 of them were cursed was definitely not simple. However, at present, it was not the time to explore this. The fountain of life could be given to Sky at any time, but the key to this deal was to watch the manufacturing process. At present, the most important role of deep analysis was to crack the god-eating mask. At least he had to wait until the mask was completely cracked before he could spare the extra spirit power to engrave the leather armor-making technique. When he returned to the arena, he saw Athena and the others waiting for him. It turned out that Royce had already rushed back overnight. This time, Royce secretly went to the Red Spirit Estate. After several twists and turns, he finally found the location where the treasure was buried. Using the power of bloodline as the key, he really obtained the secret treasure. Royce took out a box and handed it over respectfully. Shenrue opened it and saw that it was a silver necklace with a blue gem inlaid in the center. The necklace was also dotted with little blue light. It looked simple and elegant. It was the secret treasure of the Sloth royal family, Evil Blue Tear. The Evil Blue Tear looked better than the Dark Will, but it was just a relatively simple necklace. There was no power fluctuation, which was seriously inconsistent with the title of the first secret treasure below the artifact of the Sloth royal family. Shinrue wanted to try its effect, but this necklace looked like a woman's necklace. In front of Athena and several servants, he couldn't bring himself to put it on, so he had to find an excuse to sneak into the basement to hide and try. Athena's laughter came from behind. After coming to the basement room, Shinrue didn't hesitate and put on the necklace. The moment he put on the necklace, there was a wonderful feeling. It seemed that some kind of heat spread in all directions, flowed around his body, and finally returned to the blue gem in the center. Shinrue's mind moved. He felt that his spirit began to gather quickly, and the speed and quality of gathering were much higher than usual. He tried to combine the power of the elemental heart to activate deep analysis, and it really felt more handy than usual. In the prompt of the automatic analysis, the recommended number of times per day had changed from 2 to 3. After completing deep analysis for the third time, there was no phenomenon of spirit overdraft. It was just that after about an hour, he felt particularly tired. It seemed that the increase of the evil blue tier had a certain limit. It wasn't as wonderful as the elemental heart, but for Chanrue, who urgently needed spirit to increase the number of times of analysis, it was completely acceptable. After 3 consecutive analyses, the progress of the mask's analysis increased by 2%. The effect was good. At this rate, he could completely crack the god-eating mask in less than a month. As for the fountain of vitality and flower of mist, he would leave it to Reyes to use Joseph's intelligence network to investigate. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. A few days later, after the appearance of the Beelzebub royal family, another shocking news came from the Dark Moon. Princess Royal Jia suddenly dispatched the Imperial Guards, led by Kageron. They launched a surprise attack on the bandits in Mountain Shillong under the cover of the routine collection of ores. Although the bandits were caught off guard, under the leadership of the bandit leader, they still didn't panic and began to resist tenaciously. At this time, another unexpected key figure appeared in Mountain Shillong. It was the former mining officer, Tim Seifel, who had been missing for 2 years. Tim rescued the miners imprisoned by the bandits in Mountain Wallen. Then he cooperated with Kageron to successfully poison the bandit leader. In the end, the bandit group was defeated and the bandit leader disappeared. At present, Tim had returned to the Dark Moon City. At the same time, the current mining officer, Chen Rue, also returned. Compared with the former mining officer's wit and bravery, this human mining officer could only be described as lucky. This was what happened. Initially, Chinrue was sent to Mountain Shillong with a slim chance of survival. After arriving, he had been avoiding the bandits' pursuit. If it weren't for the protection of the Dark Moon's top female swordsman, Ms. Athena, he would have died. However, the human was extremely lucky. When he was almost caught, he happened to meet Tim, who had successfully escaped from the underground mine for 2 years. Under Tim's entrustment, the human rushed back to the Dark Moon to report. So Princess Royal Jia made a prompt decision to send troops to Mountain Shillong. Sure enough, she succeeded in one fell swoop. The good news of the great victory in Mountain Shillong made the Dark Moon soldiers and civilians very excited. The initial fear caused by the appearance of the Beelzebub royal family was greatly reduced. For the Seifel family, it was a huge surprise when he learned that his only son, who had been missing for 2 years and was confirmed to be dead, suddenly resurrected. The clan elder, Old Ford, burst into tears. When the father and son met, it was another touching scene. After this battle, Tim's reputation soared. His heroic deeds were sung throughout the city, and even the legendary story of him conquering various magical beasts in the underground world was vividly told, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. On the other hand, using Royce's magic communication talisman, Chen Rue urgently contacted Joseph. Joseph was originally training behind closed doors using the power of the devil fruit to break through the bottleneck. Due to this serious incident, he had to interrupt his training. My friend, do you have a feeling that the plan can't keep up with the changes? The Dark Moon is about to hold an emergency meeting. I believe that Princess Royal has sent someone to inform you. Chinrue said calmly, Yes, I have received the meeting notice conveyed by Royce. Joseph's expression was a little solemn. I didn't expect that Tim Guy is still alive. I may have some trouble this time. I know a little about your trouble, but the Red Spirit Estate's biggest headache is still Kaneda. Has his subordinate, Snowden, escaped back to the Red Spirit Estate? Joseph shook his head. Not yet, but I have received a message from Snowden in Town Leia. Tim's sudden appearance is indeed unexpected. Due to Town Leia's hostility to the Red Spirit Estate and this failure, it will be difficult to control the west side of the Dark Moon again. With the current situation of the Dark Moon, even if the trade with the Shadow Empire is restored, it can't solve the fundamental problem. The trade route can't be opened in a day or two. Not to mention which fool will come to such a place. Chinrue laughed indifferently. As for how to control it, let your father worry about it. This time, we can just push the responsibility to Kaneda, who asked Snowden to be his subordinate. Joseph smiled. You are right, my friend, but there is one more thing at the moment. According to Royce's report, the Seifel family wants to take this opportunity to suppress me and help Tim to the position of financial officer. But this is obviously impossible. Their real goal is the sheriff. I also heard this news. I want to remind you that even under the same force, the contradictions and struggles between the old and new forces are still inevitable, just like you and Kaneda. I heard that you have an interesting bet with the current mining officer? Joseph was scheming, and he somewhat understood the intention of this hint. His eyes flashed, and he asked, You mean, it seems that you have understood. For example, the Cloak Gang, the Imperial Guard's reserve force, is also one of the emerging forces, and I have a deliberately cultivated friendship with that human. My friend, you are so cunning. Joseph pondered for a moment and smiled knowingly. With your support, I believe the civil war on Princess Royal's side will be more chaotic. Chinrue laughed along, and his tone suddenly changed. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you first. The Mellon family's Gorfiend gang seems to be quite dissatisfied with the Cloak Gang. I plan to eliminate them completely and control the Dark Moon's potential forces in one fell swoop. Joseph pondered for a moment and said, The Mellon family is just an unreliable fence-sitter. It may fall to a more powerful side at any time. At present, the main target is my father. If this is a part of your plan, then I have no opinion. Very well, this is indeed a part of the plan. Soon, you will see the effect of real control. Chinrue nodded. Well, the communication time is almost up. Anyway, you are going back to the Dark Moon soon. If there is a chance, let's meet again. Although it is a pity that your training is interrupted, I believe it is only a matter of time before you break through the bottleneck. Joseph smiled slightly, and the image of the magic message gradually faded. Chinrue came to the hall and issued an order. Vasesha immediately informed the Cloak Gang's Jesse to organize manpower. Tonight, we will go all out to eliminate the Gorfiend Gang. Eric's the leader of the Gorfiend Gang. Wick, I will leave it to you. Eric's was gently wiping the Dark Star iron double-headed scythe in his hand with a silk cloth. When he heard that, his red eyes showed a bloodthirsty light. Tonight was destined to be a night of killing. Chapter 191. In the early morning, the Dark Moon City was discussing the major events that happened. The Cloak Gang attacked the Gorfiend Gang's nest at night. Eric's, who became Aguile's subordinate after being defeated in the arena last time, personally beheaded the Gorfiend Gang's leader, Wick. The Gorfiend Gang was almost wiped out, and only some insignificant minions escaped. Since then, the Cloak Gang had become the largest group force in the Dark Moon City. Of course, the Cloak Gang also had the title of the Imperial Guard's reserve team. This title represented the supreme ruler of the Dark Moon, Princess Royal. Therefore, although the supporters behind the Gorfiend Gang, the Mellon family, held a grudge, they didn't dare to take revenge on the Cloak Gang on the surface. At the same time, another piece of news spread, diluting the bloody scene last night. That was, the temporary meeting 3 days later would decide the new financial officer and sheriff candidates. Tim, who was in the limelight recently, was very popular. Obviously, it was deliberately created by someone. Compared with these news, the human mining officer who returned to the Dark Moon dejectedly became the target of people's teasing. Except for the core decision-making level of Jia and Old Gauss, only a few people were happy about Chinrue's return. Aldas had been immersed in the research of black potions, and he didn't want to see anyone. After knowing that Chinrue was back, He interrupted his research to meet up. Chinrue gave him a whole set of True Series black potions, saying that it was the reward of the Grand Master's trial, but he must keep it a secret. From Aldas's green eyes, it was obvious that he didn't listen to the other words. His eyes were like a pervert who hadn't touched a woman for 100 years, seeing a beautiful naked woman who was seducing him. Before Chinrue finished speaking, Aldas snatched these precious potions with superhuman speed. He plunged into the underground secret laboratory and never came out again. It was estimated that he would lurk for a long time this time. Chinrue's current identity was not suitable for him to go to the arena, so he had been living in the laboratory. Athena also lived in the laboratory in the name of protection. The imp Slee was particularly happy to reunite with his master after a long separation. Some time ago, Slee was controlled by Princess Royal. The only thing he could do to kill time was to read books. The books on basic knowledge of pharmaceutics that Chinrue gave him were all read by the imp. He had a strong interest in pharmaceutics. He seemed to be a more competent pharmaceutics apprentice than Chinrue. Chinrue actually didn't go to Mountain Shillong. The reason why Tim was able to leave the mine wasn't because of the longevity potion, but the effect of the magic bottle Chinrue got from Sky. Sky's magic bottle could maintain the validity of the water of life for 3 months. After returning to the Dark Moon City, Chinrue had enough water of life to provide, so Tim didn't have to worry about his life. Now Tim was collecting a large number of aura materials through his family's power. Firstly, it was for the longevity potion, and secondly, it was for Chinrue's training ground consumption. With the secret support of the Seifel family and Joseph's resources, the aura problem was basically solved. From the beginning of star conversion until now, including the time in the training ground, Chinrue had been training in various environments for several years. Logically speaking, his will had been tempered to be quite strong, but he didn't know why his situation wasn't good these days. He had been locking himself in the room. Even Athena was warned not to approach him. Chinrue sat quietly in the glacier. Most of his body had been frozen. For him, who had been training for a long time, although his body function had been reduced to a very weak level by this bone-chilling cold, his will was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, there was a heat in his heart. This annoying feeling had appeared many times recently. It was as if a flame was burning in his chest. Even the coldness of the outside world couldn't suppress the heat of the flame. Silence! 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 Chinrue's meditation technique worked. His consciousness was filled with the word silence. There was a hint of coolness in his heart that slowly melted the flame. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The word silence in the sky was burning into a scorching flame. Suddenly, there was a cluster of illusions. In the midst of the fire, there were screams from time to time. There were broken limbs everywhere, and the smell of blood came. In the flame, there was a figure killing madly. Along the way, there was a road made of human heads. That figure was very familiar. It turned out to be Chinrue himself. The scene changed again. Your body belongs to me. I will use your body to kill the people closest to you with my own hands. Glorfin, who was wearing the god-eating mask, laughed. He controlled his body to kick away the corpse of Paglio at the front and walked toward Aldas, who had lost his ability to resist step by step. These are all illusions. Chinrue's heart woke up. He tried his best to use the meditation technique to dispel the distracting thoughts brought by these illusions. The word silence in the flame became clear again, but the illusions still did not stop. In the earth realm, Chinrue sneered while holding the repaired earth elemental heart in his hand. Bang! He punched the earth elemental king's body in the fountain of vitality into pieces. Chinrue once again broke free from the nightmare-like illusions. He panted heavily, and the word silence in his will also made a corresponding sound. It actually exploded. As if it was contagious, the word silence exploded one after another. If he could see the status bar at this time, he could find that the original fine and clear star map had become dim and even trembled a little. The illusions were still continuing. It was Chan Rue again. He made a beastly sound in his throat. He pressed a naked female body under him in a humiliating posture and violated her madly. His hand was pulling the woman's long golden hair. The woman's snow-white body was full of scratches. She raised her face in pain. It was actually Jia. There were many bruised, naked women lying on the side. All of them had their eyes closed. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. There were Athena, Christina, and even Kia, Alice, Delia, Lisa. The quietness and the flames burst apart. His consciousness was filled with the violent and manic flames. Chinrue could no longer maintain the state of calmness. He covered his head in pain, and his whole body actually burst into flames. The low temperature of the glacier not only couldn't extinguish the flames, but it also showed signs of melting. At this moment, the flames burning on Chanrue's body suddenly turned black. A burst of coolness entered his consciousness, controlling the crazy flame power. Finally, he returned to normal. With the power of the black flame, Chinrue finally recovered from the loss of control. He completely dispelled the various evil thoughts generated by the illusion and finally restored the state of meditation. Chinrue had a kind of realization in his heart. In those illusions just now, there were all kinds of magnified desires such as fierceness, fear, greed, lust, etc., which were all kinds of distracting thoughts hidden in the bottom of his heart. As described by the Earth Elemental King in Paglio, he had now truly entered the entry level of mind cultivation. After reaching this level and entering meditation, the distracting thoughts in the bottom of his heart would appear in the form of illusions. He must stick to himself in order to break through the illusion. Chinrue thought of the description of this illusion in the original world. An idea flashed across his mind: inner demon. That's right, this is the inner demon. Refined mind is to defeat the inner demon. Originally, this requires a lot of spirit accumulation and practice. When the heart and strength reach a certain level, the inner demon will appear. However, Chinrue, who swallowed the demon overlord level consciousness, only had more strength. The key was to see how the heart could keep up. Today, he relied on the nirvana's flame to pass by luck. As the heart and strength grew at the same time, the power of the inner demon would also be greatly enhanced. At this level, unless it was a specific period, otherwise the training in the training ground was not very useful. The real training and refined mind were in life. Only by experiencing life and truly understanding the power of the heart could one truly achieve transformation and sublimation. However, if he left the training ground, time would become tighter. Chinrue left the training ground and came to the Galaxy Divinity Temple. On the progress chart, the progress of star conversion had reached 20%. The color of the scale had changed. It seemed to have reached a small stage. My strength really feels a lot stronger, but the inner demon later will become stronger and stronger. The test of refined mind has just begun. After waking up, Chinrue felt refreshed. Sure enough, the discomfort of the past few days was swept away. He immediately walked out of the room. How is it? Athena was the only person in the Dark Moon City who knew the real situation of Chinrue. Initially, he stayed in the room for the past few days, so she was worried. Now that she saw him coming out, she quickly greeted him. Chinrue hadn't seen Athena for hundreds of days in training. Seeing her concerned look, his heart warmed. He held her hand. I'm fine for the time being. Thank you for your protection. Athena wanted to say that she was welcome, but she was very happy in her heart. She just said, and softly, Come, help me put this on for you. Chinrue took out the evil blue tear and pretended to help her put it on, but he mischievously kissed her earlobe. This place was one of the most sensitive parts of Athena. Her brain suddenly felt numb, and she fell into his arms softly. At this time there were footsteps. It seemed to be the imp's servant. Athena suddenly woke up and escaped from his wolf claws like lightning. She even knocked the dishonest hand on the way. Sure enough, Slee came in with a basin of food. It seemed that he was going to deliver food to Athena. He found that his master, who had been in seclusion for many days, was also there. As he was about to compliment him, he saw his master's unfriendly eyes glancing over. The imp shuddered and quickly glanced at Athena. He was keenly aware of the redness on her beautiful face. He showed a look of realization. While he admired his master from the bottom of his heart, he scolded himself for stupidly choosing the time to deliver food. He actually ruined his master's plan. Forget about his master. Ms. Athena was a higher demon. The imp's strength was too low. Even without the necklace, he couldn't detect Athena's true strength. If he was embarrassed and had the thought of killing her. My eyes suddenly hurt. Did the blinding potion take effect again? The quick-witted imp quickly put down the food plate. Then he covered his eyes and screamed exaggeratedly. He staggered back, but he accidentally hit the wall. Ouch! He couldn't care less about the blinding effect, and he ran as fast as he could. The laughter brought by this episode made Athena's shyness fade a little. Chinrue didn't tease her anymore and said, "You must be bored here these days. Let's eat something together and then go out for a walk. You haven't seen Alice for a long time, right?" Athena's eyes lit up and nodded quickly. Chapter 192. A little loli in the princess retail store was in a particularly bad mood these days. Her usual bright smile was nowhere to be seen. When Chinrue returned to the dark moon safely, Alice was the happiest. She rushed to the lab immediately. However, at this time, Chinrue had already explained to Jia that the Grand Master's test must be done behind closed doors. Therefore, in addition to Athena's personal protection, Jia also specially sent guards to guard the door of the lab. The little loli was denied the door, as she was unwilling to use the little princess' identity to force her way through. Jia had heard the news and rushed over. She directly took her back to the palace. The little loli threw a rare tantrum and ignored her sister for a few days in a fit of pique. There was an ignorant guy who was planning to secretly take advantage of Kia just now, but he was seen by Alice. She immediately asked Caguli to give the guy a kick. The unlucky guy rolled from the second floor to the first floor and flew out of the door accurately. At this time, all the guests knew that the little princess was in a bad mood. Many guys who had ulterior motives for Kia quickly ran away to avoid getting involved. The guests on the second floor also left sensibly. Another person went up to the second floor. Alice was holding her cheeks and sulking. She didn't care much, but she didn't see Caguli and Kia's surprised expressions at the same time. At this time, a strange voice sounded. It seemed to be the voice of someone pinching their nose. "I want to buy this demon-fighting chess set." Alice didn't bother to look back at all, but she heard that Kia's voice also became a little weird. "Are you sure you want to buy this set?" "Yes. Can I ask the little princess to sign for me?" Kia looked at Alice and seemed to be holding back her laughter. "The little princess is in a bad mood now. Why don't you take her out for a walk? Maybe she will sign for you." Alice was about to get angry, but her nose twitched suddenly. Her beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up with a strange expression. She turned back suddenly and saw two more people on the second floor. The depression on her face instantly turned into extreme excitement. "Athena! Chinrue!" Alice screamed and leaped high into the air, pouncing towards Chinrue. Chinrue wanted to scare the little loli, but he was shocked by the little loli's exaggerated actions. He quickly pulled Athena over. The little loli hung on Athena's body like a koala, yelling excitedly. In order to prevent others from seeing Princess Royal Highness impolite behavior, Caguli took the initiative to guard the staircase on the second floor. Affected by Alice's emotions, the usually serious security minister showed a rare smile. Athena was also very excited. She hugged Alice and jumped up and down. Her usual majestic appearance was nowhere to be seen. Alice glanced at Chinrue, who was snickering at the side, and whispered a few words to Athena. Athena jumped to Chinrue's side cooperatively. Alice turned around and used Athena's strength to pounce at Chinrue. She hung on his back from behind and strangled Chinrue's neck with both arms. Chinrue, you actually dare to avoid my Russian throne. I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the moon. Chinrue taught Alice these messy terms. Now he was trapped in his own trap. He didn't dare to use his strength to resist. He just pretended to be out of breath, hoping that Athena or Kia would help to pull the little loli away, who knew that Athena just watched with a smile, seemingly wanting to retaliate against him for being molested in the lab before. As for Kia, needless to say, her seductive eyes flashed with a gloating look. Women are really unreliable creatures at critical moments. When Alice came down from Chinrue's back, the poor human couldn't express his opinion in normal words because he was almost suffocated. Athena, why did your hair turn red? It's so beautiful. Also, we haven't had a picnic for a long time. Okay, little princess, where do you want to go? Blue Lake? Chinrue shook his head quickly. That kind of place would leave a psychological scar. The loli with a stick, the dead duck dragon who called him brother. Anyway, he wouldn't take the girl to the Blue Lake for a picnic in the future. Athena saw Chinrue's look and smiled slightly. How about going to the mangrove forest in the south? Remember the tree house we built before? Remember. Let's go to the mangrove forest. Alice immediately agreed, so the itinerary was decided. Alice was a good master. She also wanted to bring Kia along, but Kia and Chinrue didn't seem to get along. She offered to stay and look after the shop. In the end, the number of people for the picnic was set at 3. After the little loli prepared a little, she had already changed into a large coat to cover her body. There was also a beautiful little round hat on her head, which made her look particularly cute. Athena was still dressed in the short robe when she came. She wore the evil blue tear around her neck, which gave a refreshing and generous feeling. Only Chinrue was still wearing an apprentice robe. Even being a green leaf to set off the red flowers was barely satisfactory. The 3 rode on the tri-horned rhino, went out of the south gate, and ran all the way. Chinrue hadn't taken this kind of bus for a long time. He remembered the first time he sat on the tri-horned rhino. At that time, it was when he just met Athena. There was a touch of warmth in his heart, and he glanced at Athena. It just so happened that Athena also looked over tacitly. The two smiled at the same time without saying anything. This scene didn't hide from Alice, who had a superhuman perception. She frowned, but her mouth didn't stop. She was still talking and laughing. The distance of the mangrove forest was half that of the Blue Lake. Soon, the 3 arrived at their destination. The 3 came to a big tree. There was a simple hut on it. There was also a climbing rope ladder to go up and down. It was built by Athena and Alice in the past. Alice mentioned that she hadn't eaten the barbecue made by Chinrue for a long time. Athena immediately took the initiative to take the task of hunting. Chinrue and Alice were responsible for cleaning up the treehouse. Athena just left. Before Chinrue climbed up the treehouse to clean up, Alice had already walked in front of him in 2 steps. She lifted the cloak-like coat in high spirits. Chinrue! This sudden action made Chinrue stunned. What's wrong? The little loli straightened her chest and showed her aggressiveness. Do you think there is any special change in me? Change? Chinrue looked at the little loli for a while and nodded. Just when the little loli showed her joy, Chinrue added, the action just now was very cool. What else? This hat is quite beautiful. Nothing else? The robe and hat match well. Take a closer look. Is there anything else? Nothing else. The little loli, who had been trying hard to straighten her chest, lowered her head dejectedly. She was a different person from the high spirits just now. What's wrong, little princess? Chinrue squatted down curiously. Did this little loli take the wrong medicine? Alice suddenly stood up and hit Chinrue's head with a headbutt. Chinrue was caught off guard. He felt dizzy and covered his forehead. Why did you hit me with your head? You should call me Alice. The The little lowly stood up angrily. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. This hateful man, didn't he notice my change? Even if it's just a little bigger, it's still big. Humph. Chinrue was inexplicable. He always felt that this little lowly's anger wasn't that simple. He saw Alice take out a familiar wooden stick from her bracelet. He vaguely remembered it was the lowly's stun stick. Last time, because of this stun stick, even my first kiss was snatched by Alice. Is she going to use the same trick again today? Don't forget, Athena is coming back. Alice, what are you doing? Humph. Call me little princess. Chinrue saw that this little lowly was clearly being unreasonable. As the previous victim of this weapon, how would he want to repeat the same mistake? He ran away. Alice chased with the stick. With Chinrue's strength, even if he didn't use his real strength, Alice couldn't catch up. In a hurry, she tripped on a stone and fell to the ground. The stick fell out of her hand, and she couldn't get up for a long time. Chinrue was shocked and hurriedly ran back. Alice's ankle had swollen. Obviously, it was sprained. Her palm was also scratched. Don't move, Alice. Chinrue took off her shoes, took out a healing potion, and applied gauze to the wound. The Grandmaster level potion he exchanged was obviously effective. The redness and swelling quickly faded. Then, he wiped the wound on her palm with clean gauze. Alice didn't cry when she fell. Now that she was carefully taken care of by him, her eyes were a little red. Her heart gave birth to a strange warm feeling, as if she hadn't experienced it for a long time. I'm sorry, little princess. Call me Alice. We agreed last time. Chinrue secretly rolled his eyes. A lowly's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It was too unpredictable. Alice stood up and limped. She pouted and said, My foot still hurts. There are stones here. I can't walk. Chinrue sighed and squatted down. Come on up. Alice showed a triumphant smile. She jumped up on one leg and hugged his neck. Chinrue stood up and walked forward. Completely different from the strangler in the shop, the little lowly was very obedient and gently hugged him. The light fragrance that he had felt at close range drifted into his nose again. Because the little lowly deliberately got close to him, her undeveloped chest was close to his back. Even Chinrue couldn't help but have a strange feeling, but it was soon dispelled. In front, Athena had already brought back the prey. Seeing Chinrue carrying Alice, she was surprised and hurried over. Alice, what happened? I accidentally tripped and fell. Are you okay? Let me take a look. Athena was obviously very worried about her injury. Facing her best friend's concern, Alice suddenly felt a little guilty. Chinrue has already helped me apply medicine. There shouldn't be a big problem. Athena knew the magic of Chinrue's potions, so she was relieved. Chinrue began to barbecue. The long-lost fragrance made Alice salivate. Her big eyes were glowing. After a big meal, the human man who had lost his value was thrown under the tree to clean up the mess. Alice pulled Athena to the treehouse to chat. It was called a conversation between women. Chinrue shook his head and began to clean up. The little lowly must be interested in the things in Mountain Shillong, but Chinrue and Athena had already made a confession to never reveal anything about the underground world. Chinrue was quite at ease with Athena's mouth. It could be seen from the incident of Paglio's poisoning. With his current hearing, even if he didn't spread out his perception, he could still hear some of Alice's shouts. Is it fun to ride the wyvern? This necklace is so beautiful. Did Chinrue give it to you? You also built a wooden house in Mountain Shillong? Is there a room for me? Chinrue sat under the big tree and looked at the rays of light passing through the woods. He faintly heard the whispers in the treehouse, mixed with the chirping of the birds in the forest. He felt a rare tranquility in his mind. It was completely different from the tranquility of training. Perhaps this was the ideal life in the future. Chapter 193. 3 days later, the Dark Moon City held a highly anticipated temporary meeting. In the council hall, Princess Royal Jia sat in the middle seat with old Gauss standing behind her. On both sides of the round table were Joseph, Alan, Chen-Rui, Tim, Old Ford of the Seifel family, and the patriarch of the Mellon family, Lombardo. At the meeting, Jia first routinely summarized the situation of the Dark Moon recently, including the appearance of the Beelzebub royal family and the great victory at Mountain Shillong. Subsequently, Old Ford was the first to stand up and question Joseph about bribing Tim's cronies 2 years ago to lure Tim to the lower level of the main pit to assassinate him. Joseph was already prepared for this, so he denied it immediately and asked Old Ford to show strong evidence. Otherwise, this kind of inference alone was not convincing. If Old Ford couldn't hold the evidence, then he asked Princess Royal to make a fair ruling and punish Old Ford for slandering the financial officer. After a battle of words, this matter was left unsettled under the mediation of Jia. Then, the topic shifted to the selection of the financial officer. According to the convention of a 3-year term, the financial officer and sheriff should be re-elected at the beginning of the year. However, because Joseph and Alan were in cahoots at that time and couldn't be shaken, Jia deliberately used her privilege to postpone the election and extend the term of the two. On the surface, it was a reward for the two, but in fact, it was to wait for a more suitable opportunity. Until today, this foreshadowing finally came into play. Joseph didn't speak. The one who spoke was the patriarch of the Mellon family, Lombardo. Lombardo exemplified and elaborated the good development momentum of the Dark Moon Estate's economy from various aspects. All of this was, of course, the credit of the current financial officer, Joseph. Lombardo deliberately pointed out that thanks to Joseph's vigorous efforts, the Red Spirit Estate would continue to provide a large amount of food aid to the Dark Moon. Just this point alone, Joseph deserved to be re-elected as the financial officer. As soon as this was said, the small families on Joseph's side echoed. Joseph still maintained a smile. These words were said by Lombardo, which was much more effective than his own boasting. Especially food was the weakness of the Dark Moon. As long as this point was grasped, the position of the financial officer would be as stable as a rock. Old Ford still refused to admit defeat. He claimed that the West Passage had been opened now, so it was not necessary to rely on the support of the Red Spirit Estate. If the Dark Moon family worked together, they could definitely alleviate the Dark Moon's food crisis. At this time, Joseph's words defeated Old Ford's last resistance. As long as he could be re-elected, the Red Spirit's food aid to the Dark Moon would be increased by 30% from next month. The food problem had been plaguing the Dark Moon for thousands of years. Although Old Ford's words seemed reasonable, everyone understood that the business route could not be established in a day or two. Moreover, the situation in the West was not stable now. No one could guarantee whether it could be an effective solution to the food problem. At present, they must rely on the support of the Red Spirit Estate. If the support could be increased by 30%, then it would greatly alleviate the biggest problem of the Dark Moon's food shortage. Chin had to rely on Moon Spirit. Red Ford. Shay finally decided and agreed to let Joseph be re-elected as the financial officer. In fact, under the miraculous effect of Chen-Rui's energy dust, the secret food base was successfully established and a large amount of food was stored. The Dark Moon was already self-sufficient. Jia finally agreed to let Joseph be re-elected as the financial officer. In fact, with the miraculous effect of Chen-Rui's energy dust, the secret food base was successfully established and a large amount of food was stored. The Dark Moon was already self-sufficient. However, it was still the time to be patient. It was not appropriate to expose his trump card. Since Joseph thought he was willing to give 30% more food, why not accept it happily? However, Old Ford's words immediately made Aaron, who was overjoyed, change his expression. Old Ford hit the nail on the head and pointed out Aaron's mediocrity and incompetence, low personal strength, despicable and cowardly. Not to mention that he lost to the powerless humans in the sky battle. Everyone knew that he cheated in the competition between Aguile and Rika. Not only that, as a sheriff, Alan lacked the most basic leadership ability. The Dark Moon garrison soldiers were distracted, neglected training, and even had low combat power. It was disadvantageous for them to eliminate the bandits in the West repeatedly. On the other hand, Tim of the Seifel family was completely different. He struggled for 2 years in the danger of the underground demonic beasts and escaped from death. His personal strength had reached the level of higher demon. After escaping from the underground, he rescued the current mining officer, Chen Rue. He presented his planned the Imperial Guard surprise attack on the bandits, took the lead, and successfully poisoned the leader of the bandits. In the end, he became the key figure in eliminating the bandits and clearing the west side of the Dark Moon. Currently, his prestige in the Dark Moon was far better than Alan's, so he was the best candidate for sheriff. When he mentioned rescuing the current mining officer, Chen Rue, Tim glanced at Chen Rue. He was speechless when he saw his master giving him a grateful look cooperatively. These words didn't give face to Alan or even the Karen family at all. Alan was so angry that he couldn't refute. As soon as Joseph saw that the situation was not right, he nominated the patriarch of the Mellon family, Lombardo. Alan's face became even gloomier. Old Ford and Lombardo were old enemies, and they had a lot of grudges against each other. They attacked each other without any leeway, and if it wasn't for the eldest princess, they would have already started fighting. After the so-called upper-class nobles tore off their noble clothes, they were no different from the vendors in the vegetable market when they turned hostile. Joseph's eyes fell on Ja's face. Ja was expressionless. She just stared at Tim with a slightly moved expression. Based on the analysis of the current situation, Alan was definitely unable to be re-elected. Ja finally waited for such a good opportunity to eliminate the bandits in the West, so she naturally wouldn't give up. She would definitely regain control of the sheriff's position, and Tim was the best candidate. Lombardo and Old Ford were considered to be mutually canceling forces. Moreover, Lombardo wasn't really a force under Joseph's command. Instead of letting Tim, a big threat, control the Dark Moon's military power, it was better to settle for the second best and adopt Aguile's strategy. The ally who had a stable relationship with him for the time being must have further conspiracies. Puppet? Control? Or something else? In any case, it was beneficial and harmless for Joseph. Everyone, please listen to me. Joseph used a slight force to suppress the voices of Old Ford and Lombardo. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Joseph sighed and said, "I remember, I almost forgot the most important thing." As he said, Joseph's eyes fell on Chinrue, who had been silent. "Do you remember the last quarterly meeting when I recommended Chinrue as the new mining officer? I once said that if the problem of Mountain Shillong is solved, then I will further recommend him as the sheriff." As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing. They all showed a strange expression. Such a powerless human is actually qualified to hold military power? I remember that I also signed a document with our Sir Mining Officer at that time. Princess Royal Highness also personally acted as the arbitrator. That document was in triplicate and I still have it. As Joseph spoke, he took out a document from his space ring. Under the control of his power, it floated in front of everyone one by one. Sure enough, in addition to Chinrue and Joseph's signatures, there was also Jia's own magic signature. When Chinrue heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This time it was Tim's turn to cooperate and show a ruthless look. Joseph saw it, and his smile became wider. He got up and saluted Jia and said sternly, "Now that the problem of Mountain Shillong has been solved, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Your Highness Jia, I now officially recommend the current mining officer, Chinrue, as the sheriff." Old Ford of the Seifel family didn't expect such a change to happen, so he immediately jumped out to oppose it. It showed that Chinrue was cowardly and incompetent. The solution of Mountain Shillong's problem had nothing to do with him. So how could he plagiarize Tim's victory? When Tim heard this sentence, he was greatly embarrassed. In fact, whether it was the crisis of Mountain Shillong or the underground world, it was Chun Rue who resolved it. In other words, he, the hero, was the real plagiarist. Everything was under the control of his master, including Joseph's support. Although Tim was confident in his scheming and ability, he was completely convinced by his master. Unsurprisingly, the Mellon family quickly fell to Chun Rue's side under Joseph's hint. The situation became weird. The sheriff candidate became an internal dispute under Princess Royal. Jia looked at the document she signed herself, and her gaze became complicated. Joseph secretly sneered. Jia has always kept her promise. Her prestige is extremely high. If she breaks her promise, then her prestige will definitely decline. As for Chen Rue, it was completely a coincidence. He relied on him and the Mellon family to have the qualification to compete with the Seifel family at the meeting. Even if such a guy with no power and background sits in the sheriff's position, he will only do worse than Alan. Moreover, Aguil will strongly support Chen Rue, the representative of the new force. With the scheming of the Beelzebub royal family, it will definitely make the originally united Jia's side inevitably split. Jia seemed to sigh and stood up. The quarrel suddenly stopped, and all eyes fell on the Lord of Dark Moon. Jia said faintly, "Since there is a document first, then the Dark Moon City sheriff will be the mining officer, Chen Rue." Tim made great contributions after disappearing for 2 years, so he temporarily returned to Mountain Shillong as the mining officer. He also served as the West Road defense captain, responsible for the development of the mine and the defense of the west side of the Dark Moon. The upper limit of the defense force is 1/3 of the Imperial Guards. There will be another reward later. Old Ford still wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. The angriest one was Alan. As soon as Jia announced the end of the meeting, she immediately got up and left. Before leaving, she looked at Joseph, Chinrue, and others with resentment in her eyes. The biggest loser this time was undoubtedly the former sheriff. Old Ford came over with Tim and congratulated Chinrue. His words were full of sarcasm. It seemed like he was mocking the human for biting the hand that fed him. Everyone knew that it was not so easy to be sheriff. Besides, Chinrue was just a powerless human, especially when he had offended an old force like the Seifel family. Joseph smiled and walked over. "Congratulations, Sir Chinrue. We can cooperate more in the future." "Thank you, sir, for your recommendation." The human who dramatically ascended to the sheriff's throne seemed a little bewildered. His excitement was beyond words. Suddenly, he felt the cold breath behind him. When he turned around and saw Jia's cold gaze, he suddenly shivered and didn't dare to talk to Joseph. Jia's cold gaze fell on Joseph's face. Joseph smiled as usual, bowed slightly, and turned away. Chapter 194. After everyone left, only Jia and Chinrue were left in the council hall. "Congratulations, the new sheriff." Jia's anger toward Joseph had long disappeared. She said emotionally, "Your planning is amazing. Joseph really took the initiative to push you to the sheriff's position." In fact, if Aguil didn't inform Joseph in advance, Joseph wouldn't make up his mind to push Chinrue to the position. However, Chinrue definitely wouldn't say these inside stories. He just smiled and said, "If there is no cooperation between Princess Royal and the Seifel family, this effect will definitely not be achieved. Next, Princess Royal can send someone to control and reorganize the garrison. I just need to be a decoration. Kaguran wants to be in charge of the Imperial Guards." Jia's eyes had a faint glow. "Since you have already served as the sheriff, the garrison will be handed over to you." "I can't do this." Chinrue shook his head quickly. "It's fine to come up with some ideas to cause trouble behind the scenes, but I definitely can't handle things like leading troops. Besides, the identity of Chinrue is a powerless human, so I can't expose my true strength because of this. Don't underestimate your ability. Besides, you can let Athena help you." Jia glanced at him and suddenly added, there's another advice. The Wales family's bloodline talent is very special. If you really want Athena's good, don't cross the last line before she is 20 years old. Chinrue looked surprised. The matter between him and Athena wasn't made public. Even little Loli could only vaguely guess it. However, Ja probably guessed it too. When Athena took the initiative to accompany Chinrue to Mountain Shillong, Ja should have already seen some clues. Chinrue could hear the faint loneliness in Ja's voice. Ja didn't give him time to explain or consider. She continued as if nothing happened. Since this is the case, I think it's time to fulfill a promise you made before you went to the mine. That is Kia. This was considered as bringing up the past again. Chinrue frowned. Can I refuse this reward? A few months ago, after Kia learned about this, the originally harmonious relationship with Chinrue suddenly became estranged. In the past, Kia liked to go with Alice for picnics. However, when they went to the mangrove forest a few days ago, Alice took the initiative to ask Kia to go, but she actually refused. She was clearly avoiding Chinrue. To be honest, when he first came to the demon realm, Chinrue still had some fantasies about this seductive succubus, but now he didn't have this feeling at all, and he didn't want to force her. This is actually not a reward, but a mission. Josh shook her head and said, Kia was rescued by me by chance. Then she became my maid, but this coincidence is likely to be man-made. Don't underestimate this succubus. Her mind and strength are far beyond your imagination. After Kia became Ja's maid, she had been conscientious and won the trust of Ja. However, in a coincidental situation, Old Gauss discovered that she actually had a powerful spirit power. If she was a magician, her strength was even above Old Gauss himself. So he immediately reported to Ja. No matter what means were used to interrogate her, Kia just said that she had recently awakened a mutated talent and voluntarily wore the magic prohibition ring to show her innocence, which was a powerful item that could restrain magic power. Although there was nothing to nitpick about this reason and attitude, Ja was already suspicious. She didn't keep Kia by her side anymore, but she was given to Alice. In fact, Old Gauss also secretly tried to cast the master-servant contract, but it was ineffective on Kia. It was likely that she already had her own master or servant. Her origin was not simple. Your mission is to find out her origin. If possible, completely subdue her so that we can use the pawn that the enemy placed around us. In addition to having excellent magic talent, Kia also has the mutated talent of the devouring physique. She can devour the essence of the target and turn it into her own. This kind of mutated talent is very rare and extremely powerful. Even a demon overlord can't be completely immune. The magic prohibition ring can only restrict her magic power, but it can't restrain this talent. However, there is a secret treasure that can suppress this devouring power. That is the dark will that I gave you. Ja's eyes fell on Chinrue's finger, but she didn't find the ring. She frowned slightly. Chinrue noticed Ja's displeasure. With a thought, the storage warehouse played a role. He opened his clenched fist, and the Lucifer royal family's secret treasure was in his palm. I think you need this secret treasure more than me. Now that I have returned from Mountain Shillong, I wanted to return it to you. This is my gift to you. I don't plan to take it back. Ja glanced at the ring and shook her head gently. This secret treasure was forged by Sakya, Lucifer's beloved concubine, Shuahan, Belphegor, using the power of the strongest eye of evil mixed with the blood of the Lucifer royal family. In addition to teleportation and spirit resistance, it also has a special function in the matter between men and women. It is enough to suppress Kia's devouring physique. Chinrue didn't expect dark will to have a miraculous effect. He suddenly remembered another infatuation ring from Lomont in the warehouse. The correct name of this ring should be the Ring of Purple Flame Heart. It seemed to involve an ancient treasure. Unfortunately, this mystery had not been solved yet. Jia's tone was cold. As long as you wear the ring, you can possess Kia without being affected by the devouring power. Succubi are naturally attractive to men, but their desire for men is also greater than that of ordinary women. When the conditions are ripe, completely possessing her body and mind may be a good way to subdue her. Our current plan has progressed to a more critical link. There can be no mistakes. If we are sure that we can't subdue her, then we can only kill her completely to avoid future troubles. The coldness of easily manipulating the life and death of others seemed to be reminding Chinrue that she was an indifferent and ruthless female lord. Chinrue frowned and said, "I have to complete this mission? Can't I give it to someone else?" Darkwill was secretly escorted by Athena 3 years ago. Almost no one knows that it is in my hands. Besides, I don't intend to give it to a second person except you. Only you can complete this mission. Jia paused for a moment and looked appreciative. Speaking of which, Kia is just a mission. I don't know what reward I should give you. Reward? It's not necessary. There's no credit anyway. Chinrue rubbed his nose. Besides, I'm already a sheriff. If I'm found to be abusing my power and pocketing in the future, Princess Royal Highness can just turn a blind eye to it. If it's just based on credit, no one in the Dark Moon can compare to you. Jia shook her head. The secret food base has been successfully established now. Under the effect of that dust, the effect of soil improvement is huge, and the crop yield is gratifying. The Dark Moon's food crisis for thousands of years was solved in my hands. You can be said to have great credit. The income of the Princess retail store that you planned and operated is far beyond my imagination. It has become one of the most important sources of cash. Besides, your follow-up plans will bring more benefits. Not only that, the ores you brought back this time, together with those brought by Aguil last time, are enough to build equipment to arm several armies. Not only did you rescue Tim, but you also made the Seifel family more loyal. You also lured and killed the bandit leader with a strange scheme. You planned a surprise attack on the entire mountain Shillong, and finally cleared the hidden danger that had been accumulated in the West Passage for several years in one fell swoop. This time, you also planned to regain the sheriff's power. Really? Chinrue rubbed his nose even harder. It sounds like there are a lot of credits, but many of them are for my own purpose. Many of them are just pocketing. Jia said so much in one breath and sighed, "These credits are too great. I can't think of how to reward you." There's no reward? However, Jia is right. The sheriff is already the highest position below the lord. Moreover, half of the wealth from the Princess retail store in the palace's treasury originally belongs to Chinrue. There is indeed nothing to reward. Chinrue muttered secretly and smiled. We humans have a saying that the higher the merit, the better the lord. Generally, at this point, even if you really let go of the power in your hands, it will be difficult to end well. There are countless examples in history. Han Xian, Yu Fei, Li Mu, Nian Gingyao. Although there are many comprehensive reasons for the failure of these people, the higher the merit, the better the lord is undoubtedly the key word. Jia's expression suddenly became solemn. She stood up by Jia. Lucifer swear by the royal bloodline. Wait. Chinrue smiled bitterly. It's just a joke. Princess Royal doesn't have to be serious. If it's just a test, I believe you already know my answer. Jia frowned. The people from the capital will probably arrive in a few days. By then, we must deal with it cautiously. In any case, we must eliminate the Beelzebub royal family in the bud, especially the guy who wore the god-eating mask that night. We must crush him into pieces. The undisguised strong killing intent in Jia's tone made Chinrue secretly feel chills. The secret room should be the biggest source of killing intent. It seems that the identity of Beelzebub royal family can only continue to be concealed. The law of using affinity to offset hatred, accumulating more credits now. When I tell the truth, her resentment will also be reduced. Jia looked at his flickering eyes, and her voice suddenly became a little low. Do you really think that one day I will hurt you because of? Value determines the meaning of existence. Chinrue scratched his head. This is what Princess Royal said yourself. It seems to be just before I went to Mountain Shillong. When Jia heard Mountain Shillong, she seemed to be touched. The ice in her eyes gradually melted. No, your value is not. She didn't continue this sentence, but Chenrue clearly felt the rare softness in her purple eyes. Thinking of the call in front of the wind chime of memory in the secret room, his heart became soft unconsciously. He showed a firm smile. Princess Royal, since this is the case, then I think I have gotten the best reward. Jia's eyes trembled slightly. She stared at his smiling face and suddenly said faintly, I have to say that you are really good at moving women, Mr. Sheriff. Unfortunately, I'm not Athena. Put away your little tricks. What and what? It's rare to feel like a confidant. Such an unromantic woman. Chenrue's expression was stagnant. He secretly thought that with Princess Royal's strange reasoning ability, the explanation would only make things worse. He left very depressed, but he didn't notice the rare mischievousness in Jia's purple eyes. Chapter 195. The result of the emergency meeting surprised all the Dark Moon residents. Tim, who was originally the most promising person to become the sheriff, actually lost to the human mining officer, Chenrue, who was rescued by him. According to well-informed sources, the key to Chenrue's success this time was the support of Financial Officer Joseph. The reason was that during the last quarterly meeting, Joseph and Chenrue made a bet. If he could come back alive from Mountain Shillong, he would recommend Chenrue as the sheriff. At that time, Princess Royal Jia also personally supported it, so she couldn't go back on her words. Therefore, Chenrue dramatically ascended to the sheriff's position. For a time, the voices of contempt, dissatisfaction, and jealousy from all sides were endless. But all of this couldn't change the fact that a human became a sheriff. However, almost no one paid attention to the former sheriff, Alan, who had stepped down. In any case, a loser was a loser. The most innocent was Tim from the Seifel family. The sheriff position that was in his hands actually flew away, so he could only return to the bitter, cold Mountain Shillong to serve as a mining officer again. However, he had the title of the West Road Defense Captain. He could command a certain number of troops, so it was considered a consolation prize. No one would have thought that at this time, the most innocent mining officer, Tim, was kneeling in front of the sheriff, and he was sincerely convinced. Tim looked at the devil fruit in his hand, and he was extremely excited. In addition to the life-saving longevity potion, my master actually gave me such a precious item. In fact, except for the imp, Slee, the devil fruit had become the standard benefit of Chenrue's servants. If this news spread, perhaps countless demons would try their best to squeeze in and recognize their master. With the power of the earth elemental heart, the output of the devil fruit would be doubled. As for whether the grade could be further improved, it depended on whether the fruit itself could support this upgrade. Get up. Chenrue patted Tim's shoulder. How's the explanation for Lisa's matter to the family? Tim nodded. It went much smoother than I expected. When my father heard that Lisa had a child and that it was a mutated great demon, he immediately confirmed her position as the legal wife without hesitation. He also proposed to bring the child back immediately. It took me a lot of effort to convince him. Chenrue was slightly surprised. He didn't expect old Ford to be so open-minded. He actually gave the otherworldling Medusa the position of legal wife. In fact, Chenrue still underestimated the importance the demons attached to inheritance. Of course, if Lisa had given birth to Medusa, then it would have been good enough to be recognized as a concubine. So you're saying you have a lot of concubines? Chenrue said with a smile. Seeing Tim's bitter smile, he added, Your father didn't suspect me, did he? Tim shook his head and said, Don't worry, Master. Father only knows that Master saved me and Lisa, and is very grateful to Master. He doesn't know anything else. Even the materials that Master used to make black potions were well concealed by me. Chenrue nodded approvingly. This time when you go to Mountain Shillong, you will bring a lot of family members. The matters of the underground world must continue to be kept secret. You can claim that the main pit has been closed and let the miners continue to mine open-air ores. As for the payment of ores, don't worry about it. I have already discussed it with Princess Royal. Also, the ores in the waste ores room have all been restored to normal ores. I also buried some of them in the green leaf forest. You can secretly transfer this batch of ores to a safe place. In addition to repairing the original public communication station, you also need to secretly build our own communication station in Mountain Shillong to facilitate our contact. As for the defense of the West, I don't need to say more. Be wary of the Red Spirit Estate and the Shadow Empire at any time. When necessary, you can use the power of the Medusa tribe or ask for help from the Earth Elementals. Yes, Master. Tim was completely convinced by Chun Rue's wisdom and magical power. This time, he could go to Mountain Shillong to show off his skills. At the same time, he could also take good care of Lisa and her son. It was killing two birds with one stone. After a while, Tim walked out from the lower floor of the arena. When he saw Athena in the hall, he bowed deeply and nodded to Eric's and others. He put on his cloak and left the arena under the cover of the night. Chinrue also walked out and asked Royce, "Has Joseph left the Dark Moon?" Royce nodded. After attending the meeting, he hurried to the Red Spirit Estate. It seems that Kaneda is challenging him due to the complete defeat of the Dark Moon in the West. Poor financial officer. Not only does he have to run back and forth, but he also has to deal with the infighting with his brother. Even the time to meditate and train seems precious. However, when I saw him today, I found that his power has increased a lot. He is likely to break through to the later stage of Demon King. Chinrue looked at the calm looks of Eric's, Royce, and others and frowned. "Aren't you guys worried at all?" Royce showed a weird expression. "It's not that I want to flatter Master, but I should be worried about Joseph. When he reaches the later stage of Demon King, Master will at least be a great Demon King. In a sense, Master is." Royce shrugged and didn't continue. Eric's, who was drinking on the sofa, suddenly said tacitly, "Monster." The people around nodded unanimously. Seeing that even Athena was following the trend, Chinrue was even more speechless. Soon, two shadows with flapping wings rose in the night sky and flew out of the city quickly. After arriving at the Blue Lake, Chinrue found Paglio. Paglio looked at Athena, who came with him, and grinned. "Not bad. You brought your family this time." As soon as this was said, Athena, who originally had a grudge against the poison dragon for deceiving and poisoning, suddenly blushed. The resentment in her heart suddenly dissipated by half. The poison dragon added another sentence. "If Chinrue dares to bully you, tell me. I will help you beat him up. I will teach you how to converge your breath and control your combat power later." Athena's affection for the poison dragon skyrocketed from average to friendly. Chinrue gave the poison dragon a middle finger in disdain. "Isn't he just looking for a reason to bully me? I can only coax this silly girl, Athena." Paglio took the wine thrown by Chinrue and asked, "What's the matter for the two of you to come here today?" Chinrue pulled Athena, who was a little reserved, to sit down. "I'm now the sheriff of the Dark Moon City. You better behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you the title of a dragon slayer warrior." Paglio glanced at him disdainfully. "Unless you commit suicide, you can't even hurt a single scale of mine." Athena was a little surprised at the casual conversation between the two at first, especially Paglio. He didn't have the arrogance of the legendary dragons at all. Instead, he was like some kind of mutated creature that Chinrue mentioned. Slowly, Athena, who had a generous personality, also got used to this atmosphere. She interjected from time to time, which seemed very harmonious. "By the way, how's your mental cultivation?" "I have completed the first step. Although I don't have much time left, I have full confidence because I have Athena's support." Chenrue glanced at Athena and gave her a reassuring smile. A guy who values love over friendship, the poison dragon said with dissatisfaction. After the seal is lifted, I will bring 12 female dragons to fly back and forth dozens of times above your house. I'll envy you to death. 12 female? And envy me to death? Bah, I won't be envious even if I die. Chenrue glanced at the poison dragon with disdain. He showed off the intimate state of interlocking fingers with Athena. What's more, you can't even find a female lizard now. Athena shyly withdrew her hand and rolled her eyes at him. Chenrue made a few jokes and said, By the way, I plan to go to the Silent Night wetland after a while. Now that I'm already a demon king, the Silent Night wetland also has the help of wyverns. It's time to help you unlock the lock of light and dark. Paglio frowned. Let's wait until you pass the mental cultivation. I've been sleeping for thousands of years anyway, so I don't have to worry about this time. No need, my current refined mind isn't enough to rely on meditation. I need to slowly comprehend it in life. I can't rush it. Moreover, in less than a month, your dragon inscription will decline intermittently. At that time, 2 friends will go to find the treasure. It will be troublesome if the self-destruction inscription is triggered. I've already made an appointment with those 2 friends to go together. At that time, I'll act according to the situation. I'll just return one thing that the friend needs to her, and I won't expose your treasure. However, speaking of which, you robbed a lot of things back then, other than that friend. The Eye of Sauron seems to be a Tauren's secret treasure? Paglio didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he seemed very proud, of course. Don't underestimate the dragon's ability to accumulate wealth. In the future, when I unlock all the seals, I can take you to plunder. This guy, is that all you've got? Chenrue shook his head helplessly. If I use the Eye of Sauron to unlock your seal, this secret treasure shouldn't be damaged, right? No, I'm just borrowing the spirit power of the Eye of Sauron to shake the lock of light and dark. The poison dragon showed an indifferent expression. If you want it, I can give it to you, but you have to exchange it with other treasures. Stingy guy. By the way, do you have requiem fruit in your treasure? Do you think I'm a gardener? What's more, that thing is very rare. The growing conditions are harsh, so I don't know where to find it. At this time, Athena interjected. Chenrue, the 2 friends you mentioned to go to the Silent Night wetland are Delia and Lomont, right? I haven't seen Delia for a long time. This time, you must take me to the Silent Night wetland. No, there are dangerous dragon inscriptions everywhere. Besides, even Paglio himself doesn't remember how many traps he set. Chenrue shook his head firmly. I alone am enough. You stay in the Dark Moon City. Athena thought of the scene of obtaining the devil fruit in the Black Rainforest, and her mood suddenly dropped. You're afraid that I'll drag you down. What are you talking about? You're my woman. How can you be a drag? Chenrue held Athena's hand. It's just that Delia once told me that if you go to the Silent Night wetland, she will really break off with you. Besides, you have a more important thing to help me. No one can do it except you. Athena blushed and wanted to break free, but she was held tightly by Chenrue. The poison dragon didn't realize that he was a third wheel at all. He looked at the 2 intimate people with interest. Finally, Athena's mood was calmed down. She asked, What is it? Chenrue shrugged and kissed the back of her hand. As the sheriff's future wife, you have the right and obligation to exercise the sheriff's authority. When Athena heard the word wife, she felt sweet in her heart. However, she was even more embarrassed by his showing off in front of the poison dragon. She almost threw him over her shoulder. However, there was a third-wheel dragon next to them who added an inappropriate sentence. You guys continue. Just pretend that I don't exist. Chapter 196. Early the next morning, the guards received a summon order. It should be issued by the new sheriff, Chenrue. When a new sheriff took office, it was inevitable that he wanted to show off. but he also needed people to cooperate. The summon order was issued for a long time, but only 200 people came one after another. It was not even 1/10 of the total. It was obvious that it was a show of strength to the new sheriff. Who asked you to be a human without any power? Of course, most people weren't sleeping at home, but they were watching the development of the situation. After all, showing off was one thing and rebellion was another. Soon, the onlookers heard the shocking news. The guards were divided into 5 platoons. Apart from the captains of the 2 platoons that were summoned, the captains of the other 3 platoons were dragged out and beheaded, with the vice captains taking over as captains. Within an hour, if the current captain couldn't summon his subordinates, then all of them would be beheaded. The squad captain who arrived first would become the captain, and so on. Don't doubt the ruthlessness and means of the new sheriff, because the largest organization in the city, the Cloak Gang, had publicly expressed their support for the human sheriff. The original, slacking captain was personally beheaded by Eric's. Now that the Cloak Gang had controlled every corner of the city, they couldn't even escape. An hour later, all the guards appeared on the field of the military camp. Many of them had been hurriedly dragged out by the new captain. What a joke! If there was any delay, he would lose his captain's position and his life, and it would also benefit others. The flagpole on the high platform was hung with bloody heads. The new sheriff, Chinrue, stood on the platform as if nothing had happened. He secretly observed the guards under the platform. Most of the guards were lazy. It was even a problem for them to stand in formation. Some of them were quite powerful and showed a contemptuous look. Cough! Chinrue cleared his throat through the magic amplification. Let me introduce myself. I'm the sheriff newly appointed by Princess Royal Highness Chinrue, incompetent human. Someone had already started to jeer, and there was a burst of laughter below. Chinrue wasn't angry, second team. 6th row, the centaur in red who led the jeering. Come up to the stage now. If you can survive a minute in my hands, you can go back to sleep every day and still get your pay every month. The centaur didn't expect the human's eyes to be so sharp. He saw him at a glance. Then he heard Chinrue's words and shouted, Really? Chinrue nodded. This is a military camp. Everything I say here is valid. All the guards here are your witnesses. When everyone saw that there was a good show to watch, they all made way. The centaur walked up to the stage quickly. Before he spoke, he saw Chinrue waving his hand at him. The centaur's body suddenly stagnated, and his whole body began to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. He instantly turned into a skeleton, and a mixture of venom and blood spread all over the ground. The noisy voices immediately quieted down as they looked at this scene in horror. This centaur was a small captain, an advanced stage intermediate demon. His strength was considered not bad among the guards, but he was turned into bones in just one encounter. They knew that this human was Master Aldos's apprentice, but they didn't expect that he had learned such a terrifying poison skill so quickly. Don't say that I'm despicable. I'm just a potioneer. Chinrue shamelessly promoted his incompetent apprentice status to potioneer. To be honest, I have learned the true teachings of Master Aldos. If there are still people who are dissatisfied, please stand up one by one. I will invite them to my and my teacher's lab to be a test subject for a few days. As long as they can come out alive, I will promote them. Master Aldos's lab. At this time, the field was already silent. Everyone knew that the laboratory in the outer courtyard of the palace was the most terrifying place in the entire Dark Moon City. Screams used to be heard often. Even the strongest palace guards didn't dare to approach, let alone going in to be an experiment subject. During this time, there were no more screams, but the rumors were even more terrifying. For example, experiments on fresh corpses and so on. It was creepy to hear. Potioneers weren't the combat type, but they also had a series of self-protection poison methods. Chinrue learned a lot from Aldos. Coupled with his exquisite control of power, even if he didn't expose his strength, he could still bluff people with the fake potioneer's name. At this moment, the messenger at the barracks gate reported, "The Mellon family and Cass sent people here. They are asking for a meeting outside the barracks." There was a whisper among the guards. The two captains who were beheaded were from the Mellon family and Cass family. There will be a good show. However, why do they have to ask for a meeting? Chinrue nodded. "Let them in." The representatives of the two families came to the high platform and saluted respectfully. They didn't mention the matter of the captains who were killed, but they brought a lot of gifts to congratulate the new sheriff on behalf of the patriarch. The people who congratulated came one after another. Except for the Seifel family, almost all the big and small families of the Dark Moon came. It was the first time for many guards to see such a big scene. They were dumbfounded. It seemed that the power of the human sheriff was far beyond imagination. Soon, another heavyweight came. It was Royce, who represented the financial officer, Joseph. Royce's attitude was also very respectful. He expressed his apology that Joseph couldn't come in person and sponsored 200 sets of high-quality leather armor and weapons. The arrival of Royce and the Mellon family was instructed by Joseph. The purpose was to help Chinrue build momentum, intensify the confrontation between him and the Seifel family, cause Jia suspicion and further cause division. Immediately afterward, the new deputy leader of the Cloak Gang, Eric's, and the manager, Didi, also represented the leader of the Cloak Gang, Aguile. They publicly expressed their greatest support for Chinrue. Many guards were also members of the Cloak Gang, and they were even more in awe of the human sheriff. After thanking all the guests, Chinrue continued to speak. "I admit that I'm not the combat type, so I hired 2 instructors to train everyone. The instructors can be fully responsible for all the affairs in the army. I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat the instructors in the challenge, then you can replace the instructors and receive a generous reward. I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat the instructor in the challenge, then you can take over the instructor's position and receive a generous reward." Chinrue said a lot of benefits to whet everyone's appetite. Then he introduced, "The first instructor is my friend, Aguile's most capable subordinate, the vice president of the Cloak Gang, Eric's." Eric's, who was below the stage, flashed instantly and appeared next to Chinrue. He bowed slightly. When he faced the guards, a double-headed scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. There was no magic loudspeaker, but his metallic voice resounded through the audience. "Those who are not convinced, step forward." Although Eric's lost to Aguile, his strength in that battle had been fully displayed. Even if he was inferior to Aguile, he was still one of the strongest higher demons in the Dark Moon. Besides, he had a fierce reputation. Who dared to challenge him? As soon as he said that, almost all the guards took a step back. Those who stepped forward were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Eric's didn't mind and sneered. "Cowards, in the following days, I will make you stronger. Those who step back just now stay behind. Those who dare to run die." This time, the ones who peed their pants became those who retreated. No one dared to doubt the authenticity of Eric's last sentence. In the arena, there were countless escapees who died under Eric's hands. Listening to Chinrue's tone, he was actually good friends with the most powerful Aguile. No wonder Aguile publicly expressed his maximum support and even lent Eric's to Chinrue as an instructor. The second instructor is the top female swordsman of the Dark Moon City, the daughter of the Empire's first general, George. Wells, Ms. Athena. Athena, wearing leather armor and carrying a great sword, walked onto the stage. The top female swordsman of the Dark Moon was obviously much more popular than Eric's. Her beautiful appearance and sexy figure made many people clap with their eyes shining. Many people had only heard of Athena's name, but they had never seen her strength. Some people were already eager to challenge her. However, Athena's next move shocked the audience. Everyone only felt that their eyes were dazzled. Athena had already pulled out her great sword at lightning speed and slashed to the side. The ground trembled, and half of the platform, made of solid stone, suddenly collapsed. Not only that, a terrifying gully that was more than 10 meters long and several meters deep extended behind. Athena's cold voice sounded. Challengers need to have the awareness of death. The scene was quiet. Even the coughing sound caused by the dust was suppressed. The people below the stage took a deep breath. The power of this strike was not much weaker than Eryx's strength. She was indeed the daughter of the Empire's first general. In fact, these people still underestimated Athena. Eryx knew in his heart that Athena definitely didn't use her true strength. If this strike was real, even he definitely couldn't withstand it. No Wonder Master once said that the strength of this mistress was now close to the later stage of Demon King. What a waste! Chinrue looked at the half-collapsed high platform and shook his head, secretly. He then said, "There is another good news to tell everyone. I have received Princess Royal's special approval. As long as everyone's training results meet the requirements of the 2 instructors, then the salary and military supplies will be the same as the Imperial Guards in the future. There will also be additional rewards every month." This carrot behind the stick made everyone's eyes light up. What is the Imperial Guards? The strongest guards under Princess Royal's command. Whether it was equipment or salary, they were more than a few grades higher than the guards. The guards had been salivating for a long time. Now that they could enjoy this kind of treatment, how could they not be excited? As long as the treatment could get better and better, who the hell was the leader? Don't forget that the previous sheriff, Alan, was just an intermediate demon. Didn't he rely on the strength of the Karen family? If everyone has no objections, then from tomorrow onwards, the closed training will officially start. Chinrue then asked loudly, "Do you understand?" Understood. Although the answer was still uneven, there was a little liveliness for the first time. Chinrue saw the look of these guys and smiled slightly. The treatment of the Imperial Guards was right, but the key was the previous sentence, as long as the training meets the requirements of the 2 instructors. These guys would probably be trained until they were crying for their parents tomorrow. The next step was the matter of the 2 instructors, Athena and Eryx. However, Chinrue couldn't be idle for a while. As the leader of the Cloak Gang, the largest force in the city, Agual had a more important matter in front of him.